Good morning, good day and good evening. How you doing, people? So today we are going to continue a bit with the Game Jam game. Let's get everyone up to speed in case you missed the last stream. Basically we started working on this prototype for like a puzzle horror game. Where the main mechanic of the game is, of course, that you have like a puzzle you need to solve to be able to escape, but you also have this monster that keeps looking for you, and the mechanic here is basically that you need to keep the lights off for him not to see you. The end goal will be to find the key which you... okay, I died. Which you then can use to unlock the door. That is basically what we did last stream. A lot of the mechanics are working, so we just need to start making art and making content for the game. And here is the thing. Yesterday I couldn't really not work on this game. I was a little bit too excited, so in all truth I have actually already started working a little bit on the art for the game. Fortunately for you guys, if you still want to see that, I did actually record everything, so I can catch you. Basically, you can still see a little bit of the process. So I forgot to record before this, but this was basically the base I did, and trying out just the size of the pixel art and stuff. And yeah, then I guess I kinda just started fine-tuning stuff, making sure that the perspectives are right, because I feel like that's quite important. I made this into... First I made it into this thing with drawers instead, because I feel like the wardrobe looking thing kinda made it maybe seem a bit much like a bedroom, which I don't want. We also made the light switch, which I later, actually thanks to my girlfriend, she came up with the idea, that I instead decided to make into a flashlight or a torch. Since I do feel like... Partly it does make a little bit more sense, since a light switch tends to be by the door, but it's also kind of good for the game mechanic, because this makes the object itself bigger, so it's going to be easier to activate and deactivate the flashlight, which is something you probably are going to have to do under like a bit of stress, so it's good if it's not too easy to like misclick. Yeah, other than that, what did we do? Yeah, I basically kept on trying to fine-tune everything. You had little spider webs, and you know, this is going to be like mold and stuff. We need to make it look a little bit scary, don't we? I feel like that's quite important. I do feel like I fucked up the perspective a little bit on this rug, so that is something we're gonna need to fix. I feel like it actually was better here compared to what it is now, so that we will need to fix it again. And yeah, this is basically how far I got with the art. So I do have some plans. Obviously this is going to be like the safe. We have the vent that I've already kind of started talking about. I think you will be able to open the vent to find a clue. And yeah, I feel like most of these objects will end up being interactive, to where you can like you know, break this box to find something, you can like lift up the tablecloth to find the clue, stuff like that. Maybe hang down the paintings. Basically what I'm thinking is that I have a little plan for the puzzle itself. Basically what I'm thinking is that we can do something like basically the player will have to look around in the room to find the different objects that he needs to solve the puzzle. Where the first one is going to be fairly obvious. It's basically going to be right in plain sight, and that will be this note. Because this note is the first part of the code to this safe. And I think why it's good to give one of these immediately to the player is that we will be able to set up a decent like objective for the player. Because what I realized, I think is a pretty smart idea, is that we are going to call this like note number 4 or something like that. Because that basically conveys immediately to the player that there is at least 4 notes in the room. So now they have an objective like, okay, I guess I'm supposed to find the other notes. So I feel like that makes sense. The other one shouldn't be as obvious, but I think I'm gonna hide at least one note under either corner here, under this rug or under the tablecloth. So that one will be, it will just be one more step. Basically the player has to look under one of the rugs or tablecloths to find note number 3. Then we get to the little bit more complicated ones, where, for example, I think we're going to hide one note inside of the vent, but you're not supposed to just be able to open the vent. So here, the player first will need to locate a screwdriver, and with the screwdriver, they can then open up the vent, and in the vent they will find the next piece of the puzzle. Which I think is going to be interesting, because I think I'm gonna do something where, like, imagine that you loosen like these 3 screws of the vent. What's gonna happen is that it's basically going to swing down and make an impact against the wall, so it's going to make a noise. So when you do that, you will alert the enemy, just to have a little bit of those kind of traps we talked about before, which I think can be quite good. The next piece of the puzzle is going to be a little bit harder. I think I mentioned this last stream as well. Here I'm basically thinking that the player needs to do a few extra steps where they need to find a hammerhead as well as a hammer, what would you call it? Shaft, I think? Hammer shaft. These two can then be combined into a hammer. With this hammer, the player can then break the wooden box, and inside of the wooden box we will find the last note. But I also realized another thing that I think could be quite interesting. What if the code to the safe actually requires 5 numbers? So once the player has found all of these notes, they are most likely going to try and open up the safe. But then, as a little switcheroo, when they open up the safe, as I explained, it will actually require 5 numbers. And here we're gonna be a little bit sneaky and not give them the last piece of the paper, where I think that the scratches on the wall is going to indicate whatever the last number is. And my plan is basically to make it a little bit more puzzly. We can actually hide this behind one of the paintings, so you have to pick the paintings down, and then in the game we can do something where we, like, you know, check what number it is and only show that amount, so it's not the same every single time. What's up, Zfat? How you doing, buddy? I don't want to completely lead you astray from your current path. I think the direction you're going in is sick. Thank you, man. An idea just came to mind, but it might be a bit too different to switch directions. Okay. Well, I'm open to hearing anything. Like, a lot of these hasn't actually started being, like, developed yet, so I am still open to ideas. Oh yeah, I also think that we're gonna have some interactable objects, like obviously the screwdriver and the hammers could be found in, like, either the drawers or inside of this, like, carton box or whatever. Maybe behind the vase one could be as well. I think I might do this though, where there actually is spawn points, so that it gets a little bit, like, random where the objects end up, so you don't get the same exact playthrough every time. Not a full-on roguelike, but you know, a little bit of that aspect to it. I'm thinking out more. I don't know if my idea would really work or would need a lot more figuring out. Like I said, I'm still open to hearing any idea. I can't guarantee that we're gonna do it, but I'm definitely open to hearing any ideas. Okay, so like I said, the last piece here will, at the moment, is to remove one of the paintings, and behind that painting you will find the scratches on the wall, which should be the last piece of the code. Inside the safe you then find the key. The key leads to the door, and that is how you finally escape. This is basically the rough idea I have of the puzzle as of now. I was thinking, instead of the player escaping through the door, they are to escape the room via a secret door, a trapdoor, or a trapdoor underneath the mat. Ooh, I like that Binding of Isaac style. Not only your objective is to figure out how to escape, but it should also involve keeping the monster out from getting into the room. Oh yeah. Keeping the door locked somehow, or something obstructing them from getting into the door, window, or vent. Yeah, that should. I do feel like one of the good things about it actually not involving the door is the fact that theoretically it's easier to build more upon the game. Because right now I feel like the issue is that I'm probably just gonna make one room now for this game jam, but if we in the future want to make this game longer into like a real game, then the issue is that I don't know how to proceed from running out here, because that would mean that you run into the same area as the monster, and we're not gonna all of a sudden make this into like an action game, you know? So it could actually be a cool idea to instead have the escape be through a trapdoor, and that would be like maybe the end of the game jam. But in the future, that could lead you into a new room that looks kind of similar, with somewhere where the monster can look in at you. And yeah, it's definitely makes it... I feel like, yeah, it probably becomes easier to build upon the game if we do something like that. Yeah, for sure, part 2. Yeah, no. Because then what we could do, if this game actually is somewhat well received, if people actually enjoy playing it, then it's easier, it feels like a more logical path to build more on the game and maybe make like a more full experience. Which, like I said, we probably don't have time for this specific game jam, but that could be something we do in the future. I'm not entirely sure about the blocking the door thing. I do like it from the point of view of like a mechanic, and it fits to a horror game that you could do something where you maybe like block the door. The only... Not something I completely thought out. No, that's completely fine. Like I said, I am very open to ideas. I'm just explaining my thought process now, and this might change. Because like I said, I do like the mechanic. It fits well to a game like this. I think my main... I wonder what exactly it's going to do, because we can't make it so that the monster actually can't get into the room, because that removes the lose state of the game. Because right now, obviously, the lose state is that he sees you and, you know, breaks into the room. I guess you could make something where, like, okay, instead it would take a little bit longer for him to break through the door, and that means that you have more time to turn off that flashlight and hide. That could work. Unfortunately, you do get rid a little bit of, like, the... what do you call it? The jump scare intensity, because that would make... It would prolong the event of the monster coming into the room, which is probably gonna make it less scary. Because then if we blocked this, I imagine that how we would do it is something like you would see the monster come here, he would spot you, he would maybe like bash twice on the door, and after like the third bash, that's when the barrier breaks and he gets in. So like it does work, but it does take away a little bit from the jump scare, because now you're very aware that the monster is on the way into the room. But we will definitely keep it in mind. The trapdoor idea I do really like, because yeah, like we said, it does make it perhaps easier to build more upon the game. That's also something we could change in the full version in that case, if we wanna keep it more simple for the game jam. But at least definitely if we make like a more full game of this, I feel like the trapdoor idea, like maybe hiding it under the rug, Binding of Isaac style, is a more... That does actually make more sense, because as of right now, it is a little bit weird that we flee out into the same area that the monster is in. It doesn't make like full sense, because, you know, it would seem like it's pretty dangerous. Of course, you can argue that, well, maybe the monster is over here, so that you go out and you run off in the distance, you know, you actually quite literally escape from the monster. But I do feel like it works quite well that the monster is walking around out here on the outside and you escape through this like hatch instead. Trapdoor. Something on the map could just be a clue, part of the puzzle to obtain the key. You can probably come up with something that for that to fit the story. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we are gonna hide at least one of the notes, because we have 4 notes and they will be scattered like... One is going to be here, which is going to be obvious, and that's going to give the player the first objective, because now he knows that he needs to find the other... Oh shit. Now he knows that he needs to find more of the notes. And then one will be hidden under one of these rugs or tablecloth. And then, like we said, the last 2 pieces will be hid in the crate and the vent that require a little bit more finesse to get into. And also more dangerous, because smashing the crate and opening the vent will make a noise, and that is going to make the enemy or the monster hear you, and he will like rush towards the door. So you need to be quick and turn off the flashlight. The last piece of the puzzle could involve distracting the monster with an item that you can only construct with all the final pieces. It directs him to far left or right. Yeah, that definitely works as well. Just with... Oh yeah, what could be cool is that like if we... Even if you do unlock the door, you have the key to the door and you unlock it, you could potentially make something like, if you go out, you actually will be caught by the monster and lose, because he is most likely going to be too close to you. Where, just like you said, maybe you need to find some type of way of like distracting him, where maybe, I don't know, whatever, there could be a vent here as well. Maybe you have to open that vent and you need to take like some object you find and like throw through the vent into the next room. So now the enemy is gonna rush over here, and that will make your escape possible going here instead. That should definitely be a good idea. I do think we have a lot more we need to program on the game. I started making a little bit of a dev board here. We basically have the rough prototype going. We need to make some fixes for the physical inventory in the game, which I have a good idea how to do, so I think that's gonna be easy. I also wanted to add a timer, because that adds more replayability. Something like, oh, you managed to escape in 8 minutes. So if someone actually enjoys the game, it could be like, oh, maybe I can see if I can do it in 6 minutes, or whatever it might be. But I think today, what we're gonna start off doing is to make more of the art, because I do feel like I am in a little bit of a role here with the art. But first things first, this rug I kind of messed up the perspective of. So that's something we have to fix, where I think we are going to make it like this instead. I think if we have a look I do think this is going to be a little bit... I think it's gonna look more right in terms of perspective. Oops, that's on the wrong layer. Is it? Oh yeah. No? Never mind. I think like something like this is going to be better, but maybe we do something like this where we make it not as far or as wide rather. I do feel like this is more correct in perspective, because here something is off. It doesn't look completely right. I do think this is gonna be better. I gotta keep in mind that you only have a limited number of days. I can't help myself but scope creep. No, but I'm the same. I'm the same. It's so easy to start like adding more stuff into the game, but it's especially for a game jam like this, it is a bit dangerous. Even though it's a long game jam, like obviously I still have like what, 24 days left or something. Yeah, a little bit less than 24 days to finish this game. Even though that's the case, it's still, yeah, it's definitely important to keep the scope in mind, because it's more important to have something that's finished rather than something that's complex but not finished, you know. The art looks very nice, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I do feel quite happy about it so far. I think the torch, the flashlight implementation is going to be a lot better as well. Jack-in-the-Box toy with a note clue on it could be cool. I'll try to not overwhelm you with a wave of ideas, features. No, it's still, like I said, it's still, you are completely allowed to come with any idea you might have. The only thing is that I can't promise to implement it, basically. But I'm only happy to hear out more ideas. To be fair, a Jack-in-the-Box toy could be really interesting. I feel like that would work very good as a trap, because a Jack-in-the-Box, that's one of those clown boxes, right? Isn't it? Yeah. And don't they usually make like a sound when they pop up as well? I don't know if they always do, but... Yep, so I feel like that could be a good trap. Maybe... Oh, the only issue is that it might be too obvious of a trap. No, because you might not see that it actually is a Jack-in-the-Box. So what we could do is that we basically just put like a... We basically just put a box somewhere. And I mean, there's no indication to what type of box this is. But then we could make it so that if you press it, you have like a boom. It comes out a little clown or whatever that makes a noise that alerts the enemy. Which is, I do think like the alerting the enemy is a pretty nice mechanic where stuff can make noises and sometimes you can't get around it. Like that could be just a pure trap, but whereas like obviously smashing this crate is something you need to do to progress in the game. But it is going to make a noise, so it's like it's gonna be dangerous doing it if they what you call it, the monster is too close. I actually think I need to fix. I think this one is gonna look a little bit weird now too, because now this is not angled enough. Instead, I don't think, since this is more centered, it shouldn't be as angled as the rug here. Because that would be weird. But we can maybe do something like this instead, where it has a bit more angle. Yeah, I think that is probably gonna look more right. Perspective is hard. Like obviously I have some experience with like digital art and pixel art in general and stuff, but I am by no means a fully fledged artist, and stuff like perspective and lighting are definitely some of the stuff that I struggle the most with. But I do think this looks alright. I don't know, it is weird how the perspective works, because it does look like this is closer than this is to the wall. Which technically isn't true, because these have the same angle, so it is the same, but I think that is because if you think about perspective, since this one is more centered, it wouldn't have exactly the same angle, it would probably be something like this instead. The only annoying thing is that it's kinda hard to make it look perfect with pixel art, because the line do become a little bit jagged or whatever. Maybe if we do something like this, we could get a more decent and looking angle. Yeah, maybe we should try and see if it makes a difference. Yeah, it does look better, doesn't it? This definitely looks more to be in line with the perspective. I do think that is how we're gonna have to do it. Yeah, I could tell that something wasn't completely right about this rug. I feel like that's the difficult thing when you're not an actual artist. The fact that it's like, it's usually pretty easy to see that something looks off, but when you don't have as much experience, it's usually harder to explain why it looks off, like what exactly it is. But I feel like now the perspectives do seem to be quite correct. I do think I might want to move this safe and like put it on top of here instead, and maybe we can place some other object here. I feel like it's a little bit weird to have a safe just on the ground. What we also could do, if we want to add even more objects, I guess it could make sense to put the safe under the table, because we have a lot of dead space under the table at the moment. But I do think we need to start separating all the objects, because right now this is so dumb, but I've made almost everything in one layer. Don't ask me why, it makes no sense. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I don't know, it just fucking happened. So I think we're gonna start with the... Let's see, we're gonna start with the most obvious stuff. We have a door. This door needs to be on its own layer. And I do think, because right now neither the lamp nor the door is centered, which I feel like is a little bit weird, so I feel like we should make sure that the door is centered in the room, like so. Now we can take this piece. I technically don't want this to be a part of the door itself, but we're gonna make that a part of the wall instead. Let's see, that's where it's supposed to be. Okay, this light switch. I feel like we should make something where you can interact with the light switch, but the lamp here is going to be broken. So if you try turning it on, it's just gonna do a little spark, and that's all that happens. But I do feel like adding as many interactable objects as possible does add to the quality of the game. Because, you know, one of the cool things in like games like Skyrim is the fact that you can pick up and interact with so many objects and that they're all like physics based. Obviously this isn't going to be physics based, but still having a lot of interactions I feel like could be nice. Let's see, I assume that the walls actually are centered. Let's see, this one is 69 away. Haha, funny number. This one is also 69 away. So the room itself is correct. So what I think we're gonna do is something like this. Let's make all of this stuff darker. And now we're gonna call this I don't know, room. Let's just call it room. That's fine. We are going to color this as well, though I should be honest and say that I'm actually kind of surprised how good like 2-bit art can look. Like I could almost settle for having the art literally look like this. I do think I am going to color it though, but it looks surprisingly nice with just the 2-bit palette, I think. But I do, one of the reasons why I want to color stuff is that I do feel like I need to have other colors as well. Just like, for example, if you hover the mouse over something, I feel like we should highlight the object to like show that this is interactable. And the easiest way to do that is with another color that's not used in the room, because like using white again to highlight it, I guess it might work, but yeah. I wouldn't mind more practice in what should you call it? Like lighting and shading anyway, so. I think we're gonna put like decorations like spider webs and such on its own layer as well. And this is going to be part of the room. There are a few things here that we are going to need to like draw multiple versions of, because obviously like the door needs to have an open sprite as well. Same thing for like the safe and these. We have to also make sure that we somehow create like a sprite for when you have folded up the rugs and stuff like that. Broken crate, opened box. Maybe this one is supposed to like fall over, so we need to make it into... Technically we could do that by just turning it in Unity, but I think I'm gonna use a new sprite for it. Boom. Let's fix this as well. Wait, you're actually supposed to go all the way down now. Something like that. Let's see, that is technically speaking the whole room structure, isn't it? I do think so indeed. Ah, you know what? Maybe this should actually be different. 'Cause this is not really how a frame like that would look. Maybe this actually works surprisingly well. Otherwise it would probably be something like this. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, let's make ourselves a little light lamp. Let's call it a lamp. Why don't I just copy this one? That's a little bit easier, isn't it? Just do this. Did I? Oh, I copied the wrong one. There we go. We make you into a new layer and we call you lamp. This is going to be the vent, which we also need to draw multiple versions of because we need a open vent as well. I think it might be easiest to actually make the animation in Unity though, where you like make this one flip over once you open it. Because my plan is basically that this is going to stick to this screw, but it's going to fall down and end up like this. Smash into the wall, make a noise, alert the enemy. I feel like that could be cool. Let's see, let's do shelf, and let's actually remove this, because we want this to be on a separate object as well. And then we do like plant, which is that means that technically speaking we will be able to make the entirety of the plant, or of the vase I guess, which we do want to have. Because that will make it easier when we're supposed to trip it over, because my plan is basically that we're going to take this and just rotate it without anti-aliasing of course, and put it like here, and then maybe you can find a clue or one of the tools behind it. But that is also one of the things that is going to alert the enemy, because it's gonna make a noise when you like have it fall over. Okay, let's do this one. Oh, that's annoying. Big rug. Do you think, is this gonna work? No way. Oh, so close. Big Rock, what's up Spectacular? How you doing buddy? Nice to see you. You working from home today? Boom, let's just do this, then we copy this one, we flip it, we put it over here. Let's not overwork ourselves. There we go, we have the big rug. We also want the, let's call it door rug. Boom. I just said the safe I might move, either put it below the table or on this drawer. I don't know what you guys think is best, but I do think it's better to get it not just by itself. Yeah, I cancelled the vacation I was supposed to have. Oh, you did? Which would mean I should go to office, because I already had 2 days of home office, but I wasn't feeling like it, like I want to. Oh, okay, I got you. Would you say, do you prefer working from home? Obviously, people have different opinions on it. I don't know if you... I mean, since I technically speaking do this full time as of now, you could theoretically say that I am working from home. And I enjoy it. Let's see, let's do big painting. And then we have... You be the... Whoops, what did I do? You be the small painting. Maybe under the desk, or maybe even on the left or right wall. I think the user could still see it's a safe. Oh yeah, you mean that we could actually... Yeah, that's true, I never thought about that. You know, a lot of the times, saves actually can be put like in the wall itself. Like that does work too. Maybe it's even better actually, because it leaves more room on like top of stuff that we can place other things. that might actually be good. Okay, let's do it for now. Let's make this the safe. I think if I put you on this side though, I think I want it to open this way instead. Because I do think I would like to have it on the right. Because a lot of like the special objects end up here otherwise. Oh no, to be fair, we do have the drawer, or the crate here. Let's do it like this for now. To new layer, this is going to be note number 4. Overall, yes, I prefer to work from home. It has some cons also. If there's a lot of work to do, I end up working more hours than I work if I'd be at the office. Oh yeah, I suppose it's easier to overwork in that sense, because at the office you usually have a set time, like this is when you're supposed to be home, whether you're like fully finished or not. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Would you say that then, in general, would you say that you are more productive working from home or in the office? Because I feel like that's also something that can differ. For some people, I can expect how like one could be more productive in the office because you have more people around you to like motivate you to stay focused or whatever. Or maybe it's even the fact that you have a boss watching you and you're like, oh, I feel like I have to work all the time. But I could also see it becoming less productive, because if you're in an office, you end up like talking with colleagues, you know, standing by the fucking water thingy or whatever. Typical from like American movies. Not lately. Okay, got you. Let's see, we have a drawer. Take this one as well. Put you on your own layer. I think I actually want you to move one step down though, because it looks a little bit weird when it's on the same, because this would kind of mean that it is quite literally in the wall. I feel like it's gonna look better if it's one step outside. It looks a little bit more like it's actually placed in the room. Drawer. Did I change the wrong one? I did indeed. Drawer. Okay, going good. Let's take these scratches as well. Which I think, like I said, I think these might end up being like the last number for the safe. But I don't think it should never be able to be 1. Because I feel like if you just have a 1 on the wall, it's not clear enough that this could be a number. Whereas, like, if you at least have 2, you understand, okay, there's 2 things here. Otherwise, if it's just 1, one might not fully understand that this is actually a number, if that makes sense. So I feel like doing it where it kind of starts maybe with at least a minimum of 2 up to 9 is gonna work the best. I've been working from home for almost a year now. Biggest problem for me is that I feel like I need to be productive every minute of my workday. But when I was in the office, we would have moments of banter chat, which was always a breather. Oh yeah, I understand. It can be a bit draining, but I'm learning to take little breaks here and there. Yeah, I do think that's important. Exactly, sometimes it gets it for me in the same way, yeah. But overall, you still like it? Nice. Yeah, I suppose it's like with most things, there's pros and cons to everything, isn't it? So we're gonna have to make sure that the room stays at the bottom, so that it goes behind everything. Okay, safe is done. We want the light switch. You also need to be your own... You're gonna need to be your own object in Unity, because you will have a little animation. Basically, the plan I have as of now is that we are very simply just going to make it like this. So now it's, you know, it's either flipped down or flipped up. So, very easy. So we don't even need to make an animation for it. We can just 180 degrees rotate this one, and it's done. That's how we do the animation. Easy peasy. Light switch. Let's get ourselves a fine little table as well. Like so. Why did I not draw these on different layers? I don't understand. Sometimes I just completely forget about actually putting out different layers. It's so dumb. Let's do this like, let's make it its own layer for like room details. I feel like that can all be its own thing. So we take, for example, like the spider webs over here, as well as the spider webs here. We have the crack in the ceiling. We have a little bit of mold, which I think we're gonna make more mold, because I think it gives a little bit extra detail. This as well, and I think that is basically it. Just gonna... Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong layer. Boom, new layer, and then we call you room details. We remove this one. Is that it? I actually believe that is it. If we remove the test art, and then boom. Yeah, that should be it. The thing is, there's not enough work lately, so if it's possible, I'm trying to leave most of my workload for days when I'm at the office. Because I hate to sit at the office and have nothing to do, then it feels like it's not moving and it's kind of exhausting. Yeah, I suppose it becomes more... The workday feels more long if you actually have nothing to do. Whereas, obviously, if you're at home and you're working, you can, I don't know, watch me instead. Yeah, it does make sense. I do think when it comes to room details, I do think we should add a bit more mold. Let's see here. Layer to image size. Like maybe you have like some mold going down the wall here. Maybe it should even actually go up a bit in the ceiling as well. You know, something like that maybe. I think this part might go a little bit higher. Obviously this is not gonna, it looks a little bit too like crisp now when we have everything in white. This is just going to be like a gradient on the wall. It's not gonna look as like contrasty. This is just the general outlines. Maybe we have a little bit of mold over here as well. I need to start using a sprite. So many more tools that are like optimized for pixel art, which GIMP doesn't really have. It's fine now, it does work, but I feel like that's the issue, because if it kind of works, I have a very easy time to like not do anything about it, because, well, it kinda works. So why should I fix it? We don't fix what isn't broken. Yeah, maybe. How about some spiderweb? This is going to be spiderweb, because yeah, I do feel like that adds a lot to like the... Maybe we should even put a bit of spiderweb like, you know, below this one or something. That would probably make sense as well. But I feel like this one is a bit off, because this is the underside, meaning that these should probably go, you know, out like this. Yeah, definitely. That looks way better in the perspective. I think that's gonna be easier to do when we start adding a bit of colors though. So I feel like that's probably what we should do. But yeah, I did have a issue at first where the room was a little bit too nice, because like when it looks like this, you know, it's like this looks like a fully functioning room, like nothing is, it doesn't fit for like a horror game. So I feel like adding the stuff like, you know, the painting is a bit cracked, we have some cracks in the walls and ceilings, spiderweb and mold, like all of a sudden it has that, more of that like vibe. Just another idea, but about finding a clue, perhaps you could use a sponge or cloths or something to wipe at the mold to reveal one of the numbers for the safe. Ooh, that could be good as well. Yeah, we could actually do something where, because like I said, I do want it to be a little bit random where stuff ends up, so that you have some replayability to the game. So what we could do is maybe something like these scratches could either be found behind one of the paintings, or like you said, maybe we put it like behind the mold and you actually have to scrub off the mold to be able to see the scratches. That's actually a good idea. And that gives us one more item we can use in the game as well, which is a little bit fun. Okay, I think we need to start adding colors. I think we need a... What's that website called? Palette. We need a palette. Is it low spec? Yeah. Because I am not the kind of artist where I can try and make my own palette. It's going to look like shite if I do. So it's better to just go for a fully working... Oh, I feel I might need more colors than this though. Not having a ton of colors is actually good. I feel like it tends to make the art look better when it is a little bit limited in the palette. I don't know... Okay, we do have a lot of brown nuances here, which is good for making like wood. You can even throw in a bit of red. We don't have that many grey ones though, for like metal objects like the safe. I mean, to be fair, a bluish tone usually works quite well for metal, so that could work. But we don't have any yellow, which is a little bit annoying, because we definitely want to have gold objects, because I think the key is supposed to be gold, just because it makes sense. There's something I thought about as well. We could actually make it so that not only the door has a lock, maybe one of these drawers have like a little lock on it as well, so one of them you actually need to unlock. I'm a little bit scared though, because we can't make the puzzle like too complicated either. Because if the puzzle isn't good, but it's just long, I feel like that doesn't make for the best puzzles. I don't know what happened here. Because we already have, like, if you actually think about it, it is quite a few steps for the full puzzle as of now. Because it would be 1 click to pick up this one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think right now the full puzzle without any misclicks or anything is 21 inputs to solve. So it is, depending on how you view it, of course some of the inputs are kinda immediate, like obviously all the inputs for the safe is going to be almost made in one run. Oh yeah, that's also a reason why we have to make it a little bit procedural, because we can't have the same code to the safe every time. Because that means that if you've done the game once, you can just jump in, immediately open the safe and win. I mean, this palette could work. This is very big and it looks very bright. Do they not have an example? To be fair though, we can kinda halfway change the colors in Unity with like post-processing to make it look better. Or more as how we want it to. That might actually be how we do it instead. Because we can just change like the saturation and that kind of stuff in Unity to get the feeling that we want. The issue is just that that stuff only works if you change all of the colors at once. Whereas like if you change one color, that might become a bit weird where it doesn't actually fit the palette. And you know, this might sound like I'm being like too much of a perfectionist, but color theory is a thing, and it is more important than one might imagine. So what I think we're gonna do is that we are going to use the palette that I have used for pretty much every single game I've made so far. And then we can just tweak the colors in Unity if we feel like it. Let me just see where I have that palette. Let's see. I can just steal it from one of my games, because I know I should have it here, I think. Here we go. Let's use this palette. Maybe a little bit big. Let's see, none on interpolation, otherwise it fucks it up. Boom. There we go. New layer. Palette? How the fuck do I spell palette? Is it like this? I don't think so. What's up? Hey Do, how you doing, man? Hope you have a great day. Thank you, man. You as well. Guys and girls, if you enjoyed gamedev, let me give a little shout out to Hey Ju. He is also developing games here on Twitch, so if you want, definitely go and check him out. How you doing, man? How's the game going for ya? Okay, let's see. I think we'll start with the most important stuff first, the room. Now I think we will just, let's see, let's do a more ambiguous background. I'm fine, game is going really good, nice to hear, man. So glad to commit to a smaller project, nice, nice. Yeah, it is quite nice when it feels like you have a manageable game you're working on. Like here, obviously I'm trying my hands at my first game jam here. which means that I quite literally have a deadline, so I definitely felt the need to have a very small scope. And I feel like I came up with a pretty decent idea to not like make it too hard. That should work as like the floor, I suppose. I guess the ceiling can be a little bit grayish, maybe. Is it too much blue in that one? Yeah, maybe something like that. Manageable is the word, feels really nice. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, maybe something like this. It still will make the room somewhat dark. We don't want it too bright. Or maybe like sterile actually is good. Because that gives a little bit like creepy hospital vibes. I don't know. I think we're gonna do this for now. We can always change this later. And like I said, all of this stuff later on in Unity, we can start like playing around with like the brightness and the saturation to make everything feel a little bit more creepy. So it might look a little bit too bright now, but we will fix it with like post-processing later. I'm curious what your game will become in the short time you have. Yeah, me too. I think we have a good idea going though. Basically we have this simple puzzle horror game, and yeah, it does feel quite manageable at the moment. Why did this not get painted in? Let's see, let's actually... Huh. Interesting. Because there's no reason why not everything here should be colored. I guess this messed up when I was separating the layers, I assume. Diagonal neighbors. Thank you. I'm excited, to be honest. I feel like it's... I have been wanting to try a game jam for quite some time. Okay, there we go. Room don't need to cover the door in any way, but maybe, to be fair, where do we have the door? There probably still should be like the inner frame of the door. Oh wait, did I mess that up? Yeah, I think it should be the same as the door. Something like so. Let's see, I think... Technically we don't even need to have an outline here, but we could make like a dark one, that might look good. And then this is going to be like the... What do you call it? The board around the ceiling? Oh fuck, I don't even have one in here. I don't remember the name of this in English. Tart list. It is the cornice, apparently. And then golf list, skirting board or baseboard. Interesting. Skirting boards, I guess. Yeah, correct. No clue. Yeah, I feel like these are the kind of words that can be a little bit difficult in your like non-native language. Just like on a daily basis, if you're not like a carpenter or something, like how often do you actually talk about like skirting boards and cornices? Cornices? Maybe? I don't fucking know.
Red Rucker says, jump scare.
Oh shit! What's up, Red Rucker? How you doing, buddy? We don't have those here? Oh shit, that's interesting. That is interesting. Also, let me throw a little shout out at Red Rucker. Man is currently playing some horror games fitting for the month we are currently in. So, if you want to see someone get spooked by games other than this horror game, check him out. Yeah, no, it really is. Okay. What should we do? I guess those might be like wood or something. So maybe... Oh no, that's the same color as the floor. That will not work. What if we do... that might actually work. We do something like this, and then maybe we take like... not diagonal neighbors. Oh no, that looks weird. That looks off. It can't be brighter in the middle. That makes it... Could we do the same color? No, that also looks a bit weird. I do think I want to have some type of outline. This is the thing when you have like a limited palette. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky getting the colors right. Okay, what if we do something like that, and then we pick... I mean, the same color kind of works. We could also make it a little bit lighter. Maybe? Yeah, I feel like that works, doesn't it? What happened here? Why did you get colored in? How you doing, Raka? Nice to see you, man. How was Amnesia? It was Amnesia you played, right? Yeah, it was. But it wasn't the first one, was it? Because it looked different compared to how I remember Amnesia. But I think I played like the... What is it called? The Dark Descent, I think that one was. Maybe we do the floor stuff the same. So, diagonal neighbors, color you lot, like so. And then, let's see here, no diagonal neighbors, we color you. Yeah, I feel like this can work. That's a decent base for the room. It was the most recent one. It plays like Alien Isolation. I like how you say that, like you expect me to have played Alien Isolation. I hate horror games, me too, man. I'm too much of a coward, but got through it. Did you actually complete the game? Or do you mean you got through the stream itself? I just started playing Amnesia, The Dark Descent. Oh, you did! Nice, man. Only an hour and a bit in. Yeah, I have been actually considering playing Amnesia again, but yeah, like Raka said as well, I am a coward when it comes to horror games, so I think it could be fun for you guys to see. I don't think it will be very fun for me to play it, but I think it could be entertaining because I am a coward, I really am. Maybe let's see if we can fix the torch here. I guess the torch we can make kind of dark. Maybe almost have like a black outline. Maybe something like this. Maybe we actually make the outline completely black, and then we can use this as a little bit of shading. I feel like that can work. Then if we want to, we could even, whoops, use this to shade a little bit like... Did I fill this in on the wrong layer? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Or if we take like from here maybe, and we darken everything to give us a little bit of that sweet shading that we all like. Not completed, but hopefully completed next variety stream. Nice, man. And other than that, I guess you're continuing with Dark Souls 2. How are you enjoying it so far? You know what? This actually does not work. It can't be like this. The shading would rather be something like this, I think. Because otherwise the object doesn't look round. So this should follow the lines down here. I'm not mistaken. Something like so, maybe? Nope, that looks a bit weird. Something's not right. And I think it's this part. Yeah, this, I do feel like this needs to be high up. Maybe we'll just do something like this. It's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's a very tight space. What is the monster movement meant to be like? Well, the monster is basically never actually in the room itself. It is walking on in the outside and basically just peeping in through the window. Does it come in and out of the room, or is it always that? No, yeah. So it's basically almost never in the room unless you get caught. So it's basically going to be like in the prototype here, where this is gonna change though. I came up with a way better idea to teach the game. Where the monster comes and just looks in and you have to turn off the flashlight to continue solving the puzzle. And then of course, if you forget to turn the light off, or then boom, you get the jump scare and you lose. So the room itself is mainly going to be for the puzzle, and then it's just the window that you have to like keep a track of. Room looks cool though. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I guess we should have a highlight on this one as well though, shouldn't we? Which color did I use? It's number 3, isn't it? So this one maybe? We'll just do something like boom. No wait, this would go the opposite way. If my understanding is correct. Does that look... I mean, to be fair, it might not look perfect as a flashlight or a torch, but I think it's gonna work because as soon as you turn it on and you see light coming through it, it's gonna be quite obvious that it indeed is a flashlight. So will there be like a sound cue that monsters coming? Yeah, I'm thinking about having like, you know, a little bit creepy footsteps, because right now it's a little bit too difficult where you have like 2 seconds to turn off the light. But yeah, you will get like sound feedback that he's coming as well. And even if you alert him, so if you like accidentally break this vase here, then you're gonna like hear the monster go something like, huh? And then he's gonna run towards the door. But then you also get all of that like audio feedback. Pretty good in scope, you should be able to get this done well before the deadline. Yeah, I do think so. I feel like I picked a pretty decent scope, because the thing is that my goal would be to kind of make this not feel like a game jam game in like the polish of it. So that's why I rather make a much simpler game and then be able to spend like more time trying to polish it and make it feel good and have some quality to it, even if it will lack a little bit of features or whatever. So we are trying to keep it somewhat simple. Okay, I do think that's decent enough. The vent should be pretty easy, that's metal. I usually like either a bluish tone or these for metal. I feel like maybe this as a base color could work quite well. Something like so. That was the same one. Maybe this one for the details. Yeah, that works. Maybe we should we highlight the vent in some way? Like the actual vent thingies? Like do something like this maybe? Oh yeah, that, I feel like that looks better. And I think we actually should make the dark ones even darker, so that they look like it's actually you looking through, if that makes sense. Something like this. Ooh, that looks pretty nice, doesn't it? Maybe add a little highlight at the top. And that doesn't make sense, because this is what's going to light it. So that highlight wouldn't make any sense. Now, let's keep it like this. I think that's good. Light switch. What color should you be? Maybe we could actually make the light switch in somewhat similar colors. Oh, that's gonna blend in too much with the wall though. Does that work maybe? It is a little bit hard to see it. But that looks too bright. Let's I mean, maybe, what if we light switch? Yeah, I think that's fine, and maybe we highlight the inside instead. Yeah, I feel like I like that better. And then when you turn the light switch on, which isn't actually going to turn the lamp on, because the lamp is broken. But when you turn it on, like I said before, we can make it very simple, where all we do is basically go boom instead. So we just rotate it, and it's gonna look like on, or on, off, on, off, on, off. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be good. Safe should probably be similar colors. Maybe the safe should be a little bit darker. So maybe we would use like... Let's see, this is the base of the vent. Maybe we use this one as the base for the safe. And then we just made sure to take a pretty dark one for the outlines. And the numbers, I think, could be quite nice if we do something like... Yeah, basically what I did here, we do like a little checkboard pattern. Maybe something like this. Should we have an outline around this as well? Yeah, maybe. Maybe remove the corners. How does that look? I think that looks decent. What could make it look a little bit better is probably if we add some... What would you call it? Like hasps? Not hasps, it's... Fuck, it's these kind of words that I find difficult when in English. It's stuff you definitely don't use super often. Hinges, that's what you call it, a hinge, right? Safe, if we do something like... this, maybe? Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, I like it. To be fair though, I think maybe this part should be darker. Yeah. Then we do this. I think I like it. Did my music stop? It did indeed. I feel like that's decent. Maybe I should have kept it fucking 2-bit. It did look pretty cool when it was like this. I don't know, it has a vibe to it. But some things will be easier to make if we have the different colors. Let's see. We need... let's do the lamp. Yeah, I think that's... And then we would have a little bit lighter color on the inside. And then probably even lighter for this part, since this would be like an actual lamp. But we need to somehow convey that it is indeed broken. That looks pretty good. Maybe the little stem should be sort of visible. That looks a bit weird. I think that's fine. Less colors is much better, at least for me. Can you show the less colored version again? Of course. Well, so it's not really even less colored, it's no colors. It's, yeah, theoretically, since it's black and white, you could argue that it's not any colors at all. I do think it has a charm to it, it's just that some stuff will be harder to highlight. Like, for example, the key that would be like hidden somewhere and like a note is gonna be hard to see because it's just gonna be white against white. So I feel like it's gonna be a little bit tricky. I feel like for... If maybe the game was even simpler, this would have been nice. That's the area though. Yeah, it does. I think one of the issues now though is that this is too saturated and stuff. Like, it's not gonna look as cartoony after we start adding like... You know, we do... Oh shit, wait, I need the... how do I do this? Because the plan is basically that we can adjust a lot of stuff in Unity. How do I... Can I not do that on the entire image? Should work. If you have less colors, no colors, the red eyes will pop much more. That's true, that's true. Why doesn't... Yeah, let's take like the room for example, which now looks quite cartoony. I do feel like it's gonna get a lot better when we like bring down like the brightness and the saturation and maybe, you know, kind of make the game look something like this instead. Maybe even darker yet. I do feel like it's going to look less, because now these colors, this color scheme I'm using is a little bit too saturated. The thing that I feel like is good by doing it this way is that now, for example, we can use a very like clear or bright color or something to show like when you hover over an item, it like pops up to like give feedback that this is an interactable object, if that makes sense. Looks good, just the other has in the horror charm and the monster can pop more like Heidi said. Yeah, no, I do agree. Like I said, I was actually considering this. I just feel like some of the mechanics are going to be a little bit weird to make, because like for example, if you open the vent in that one, So you have the vent, and then you open up the vent. It's going to look something like this. And then there's supposed to be an object in here, so the object in the vent is going to look like this. Like it's gonna be much harder to, if we're doing it like in actual like 2-bit, this is gonna be very hard showing that that little white line there is actually an interactable object. Whereas, I don't deny that it definitely has its charm. I'm not entirely sure how I would make stuff like seem as interactable. How the fuck am I not supposed to be able to do this on the entire scene though? I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be the case. Of course you could do something where you have some colors. Maybe certain key elements could be colored, but yeah, it can be tricky navigating around it. Yeah, no, I do think there probably are like solutions to it, where I guess you could do something like maybe like the eyes of the monster is still red, and maybe some of the objects are, but I feel like that's gonna take away from the 2-bit style though. Then you should have like some objects are colored. It definitely makes them stand out. And then maybe we can just use a different color for the like highlighting of objects, because I do want some way to showing, like easily showing the player that stuff is interactable. And then like if you hold around the vent, for example, it could also get something like this. It definitely has some uniqueness to it. I'm not game dev, so I don't know. All I know is that the monster eyes goes hard in 2-bit. Yeah, like it's easier to make stuff pop even more. Just like the way we would make it pop in this version is by using very bright colors on the stuff that like pops up. What do you think? Can we get a raise of hands? Would you guys say that even if we fix the colors, making them like less saturated and darker and stuff to make it look a little bit more eerie and I guess realistic, less cartoony, would you still prefer a simple color scheme like this? Oh, that's another way we could do it, to actually keep the 2-bit. We make it darker, like this, but then when you hold over an item, it turns pure white, like this. Then we don't need to use highlighting in the outline sense. What do you think? Do you think that the initial 2-bit style? I would prefer 2-bit with pop colors. That's good. Fine. I mean, if you guys prefer it, I am up to going for this instead of the colored version. We're not gonna get as much details, of course, because we can't really do shading, but yeah, I do still think perhaps some elements will need to be displayed with another color. I mean, this would work in the sense of that, like, we make everything darker and make it pop white when you hover over it. I still, there's some things with, like, the paper that is found inside of the vent. How are we going to make that stand out? If the vent looks like this on the inside, you like the highlight effect? But what you have right now looks much better. You mean with the colors, or do you mean the room layout? Without colors? Okay. With how the black and white is now, is that how it would look in game with the light turned off? Will the player be able to see create safe? Yeah, I think in that case, if we do this art, what we do when you... This looks more polished already. Yeah, I do think it's more unique, which definitely is good, because it makes the game stand out a little bit more. I think what we would do when you turn off the torch is that we can't go like pitch black, because that doesn't make sense. So what we do instead is that we just make the room look like we make the line art really dark, something like this, to show that the stuff isn't like interactable. Why can't you? Wait, why can't I what? Sorry. Pitch black. I think... Yeah, basically like Zfat said, that I guess the thing is that we still need to have a little bit of visual on whether the monster is looking in. I guess what you could do is have... but that's gonna be hard in the start as well, because basically the way I'm thinking about the start is that it will be something like... Because we have to teach the player the game, so what I think we're gonna do is... Maybe it's going to start off dark, and then what we do is that... my plan is basically that there's going to be another friendly NPC outside of the room, and I have a little intro dialogue where he will go something like, "Hey you finally awake." Also, meme taken from Skyrim, just to be clear. And then it should be something where he says like, "I think I see a torch in there." And then when he says that, you actually see the player pick up the torch, and then it would go like, press the torch to turn it on. Because now we have like an interactive tutorial where it feels like you're playing, but you also get like taught how to actually play the game. Which means that you must be able to see the torch to put it on. Because if everything is pitch black, you can't actually see what you're supposed to press, unless you do that. I mean, supposedly you could make the entire room go black, and then have the torch just be a little bit visible, and then you would only see like the eyes of the monster. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. When it is pitch black, you could change the room so monster appears, you turn the light off, room be bright again, stuff changed. Ooh, that would be creepy. That would definitely be creepy. Or I'll stop you threw you off. No worries. Yeah, we should have like some item that like consistently gets like moved around the room every time you turn the light on and off. That should be a little bit fun. But I do... It's hard. Because either we go really low opacity to show that you currently have no light, and then you can still see the door structure, meaning that you can see the monster walk through. Because if we do it completely black, then all you would actually see, I suppose, would be like the monster's eye. Which is creepy for sure. That would like walk around to the side until all of a sudden they disappear, and that would be when you know that you can turn the light on. Maybe you could have a small light emitting from outside the door. And shines dimly through the door window and underneath it. You definitely could do it. Like, all we need to do is to put the light source like around here. No, but to be fair though, like I said, like I do care about the feedback that you guys give. So if you think it's better to go for like the 2-bit style, I think we should go for it. Because it seems like the majority of you guys do prefer the 2-bit style. And in that case, I rather go with that. And we'll see. I'm not entirely sure whether we should go full pitch black. Full pitch black does give a creepy vibe. I lose a few cool animations I could do, because I was also thinking about maybe doing something where like in the beginning when it's dark, like the NPC would come and say something like, oh no, the first thing that would happen, I think, is that we do one of these, I basically thought it could be cool to have one of these like eye-opening animations, since he says like, you're finally awake. So basically we do something like this, and then you, like the game would start with you just hearing like, hey you, and then like the eyes open up, boom, and then you hear him go like, oh, you're finally awake, I think there's a torch in there. And that's when you like, oh fuck, that's when you like pick up the torch, and this is a good solution for the tutorial, because now we can have a text saying like, click on the torch to turn it on. And then when you click on the torch, the room gets brighter, and let's see here, and now he can continue with the rest. Because then he can say something like, you know, oh, I would help out, but the door is locked, so I think you need to find a key or something, and then the monster comes and fucks him up, blood on the fucking door, creepy shit, and that's when the game starts. Yeah, fuck it then. Let's do it 2-bit. Which means I think the easiest way to do it is to... We still have to color everything in. So I think we're going to turn off the room and make sure that all the objects are actually... Okay, so we're not gonna be able to do mold. We're gonna have to skip the mold, because that, I feel like the mold looks a little bit... It's too bright in... Like, it becomes too much contrast to be something like mold. We can still have like cracks and spider webs, that works. How does the game state change when the lights are off? Can you continue puzzle solving? No, you can't. All items become non-interactable when you turn the light off. Because that would... It would destroy the purpose of the game. Because if you can solve the puzzle with the lights off, there's no reason for you ever to turn on the light. So the way to instantly win the game is just never turn the light on and solve the entire puzzle. But even here, I've already made it so that you can't actually interact with the game. And then when he's done, now I can start interacting with stuff. I'll be a pain and be opposite. I'm just wondering how you can handle the lighting for everything if you decide to go with the 2-bit. I think that's personal bias. I'm thinking potentially the colored scene would look better in lower opacity in comparison to 2-bit, but I do agree with it does have a more polished feel already as 2-bit. Yeah, I think obviously one of the reasons why this is perhaps looks more polished is the fact that if we're doing 2-bit, this art is basically done, so it is basically fully polished. Whereas obviously if we're doing colored, this is work in progress, just we have to fix like lighting and shading of everything to actually make it look nice. Like obviously the lamp should have some shading. So I think one of the reasons why this looks more polished is because, well, this in this case would be a literal work in progress. But I think to your question with how to handle the lighting, I think we still do it the same way, where we just turn the game darker. Because if we do something like this, it still shows you that you don't have as much light in the room. Or even if we go full pitch black. So if that's the case, then it doesn't need to be pitch black. Yeah, no, because it's you still can't interact with anything. And like I said, even if we want to make it feel more creepy, all we do is make it really... It's kind of hard to be honest, but let's see here. How do I do this? We do like this, maybe I can be a little bit more precise. I also have these. Like, we just make it really... Like, so you can just about see the outlines. You know, we do something like this. No, I do think this might be brighter for you guys than it is for me. My screen is actually pretty dark as is. But you know, we can do something like this where it's almost complete pitch black, but it doesn't have to be fully pitch black. Because there are some things, like I said, for example, at least the torch can't ever go pitch black, because then you wouldn't know where to turn on the light again. So the torch needs to be visible. And that one will be closer to you, so it kind of makes sense that it could be a little bit lighter anyway. Don't know if it's worth it, but maybe adding the ability for the user to set the brightness for the game. It is already implemented. Since this game allows you to use pre-existing work, I have my template full for settings where you can indeed change the brightness of the game. So it's pretty much already done. Now we do need to fix how we handle it though, because yeah, we still turn it way darker here, and now if it's off, we can turn on the brightness, which is a little bit weird. So we do need to polish it, but we do have a brightness setting in the game. Good job, thank you, man. What's up, Carol Jata? How you doing? Nice to see you. Okay, fuck it. People seem to have made a decision, and I am up for it. Let's make the game 2-bit. Let's... I mean, it's also kind of good, because this makes... It does make it less work for me, because I don't have to shade everything. Because if we're doing 2-bit, we can't shade anyway. I do think we're gonna have to redo this one, though. So... we want to make all objects look like this. They still need to be colored in, because otherwise... Otherwise you would be able to see through them. Oh, I wonder, one thing is... I'm still a little bit... The items. How do we make sure that the items are fully visible? Like, for example, if we have... Whoops. I mean, some stuff, if you like open up this one, or look under the rug, and you have a note laying there, that would be quite easy, because all we do is make the rug go this way instead, and then we just put a little note, and it's pretty obvious that that is possibly something you can interact with. Otherwise, if you like move this vase, and say that the hammer shaft is found below that one would basically just look something like this then. But that might be, to be fair, that's enough, because then we can just use tool tooltips for the inventory where it says like hammer shaft to make sure that people understand what it is. Okay, fuck it, let's do it. Like I said, I do think it definitely has a bit of its own style with going 2-bit. It does become a little bit more unique in some regard. Oh, the safe is gonna be interesting. Let's see here, what do we have? Safe. Because then the majority should still be black, so I suppose we do something like this. Makes the monster feel bigger as the only colored entity in the game. Yeah, that's true. I guess we do something like this then, maybe. And for here, I guess we just do this and we black out everything else. Does that look enough as enough like a safe? Yeah, that should be understandable, but just then if you click on it, we also pop up like the... Basically, it will pop up the whole like number thing where you have to enter the code. And at that point, I feel like it will fully convey the fact that it is a safe. Torch. You need to go, let's see here. White. Oh yeah, technically speaking, we could still do highlights by doing stuff like this. Obviously it would be on the other side. Ah, fuck it. I think that's just gonna complicate things. I think it's probably better to go full on like 2-bit contours. Let's see what happened here. I think... Oh yeah, no, it has to be like that. Yep. Boom. Let's check the lamp. I guess we'd go black, black. All of this can't be white, so I think we do... Okay, I guess we do something like this then. Boom. Let's see. Drawer. Where do we have you? This one as well. Whoops. No diagonal neighbors. Boom. Boom. We have the plant. Why? Oh yeah, that one covers it, okay. Boom, and then... Oh yeah, the vent we would have to redo again. Yeah, we do this, white, this, and then we do every other. Boom, and the rest goes black. The reason why we're redoing it here is because this one doesn't have the full layers, whereas here I've already sorted out all of the layers, so it's easier just to quickly redo this into 2-bit. Shelf. You are supposed to go boom. Let's see. Fill hole selection, fill blah blah blah, background color fill. Why does it... I find it a little bit weird that it stops if another layer is in front of it. Line art detection, fill hole selection. I don't know what setting that is. Fill by composite. I have no idea. Still haven't fully worked out how to actually use GIMP. Boom, boom. And then the shelf is supposed to be in front of the plant. Something like so. And say the box is done, the door is not done, but the door is very simple. It's literally boom, 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 and you're done. Door rod, bid painting. Boom, 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 boom. Something like so. Save note. Drawer. Scratches are fine. Light switch. You need to be. Let's see. We do white like so, and then we go black here. Table. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it, except for we also have to fix the actual room itself. Room, boom. Let's see here, and you are now supposed to go. Let's see. Line art, diagonal neighbors. You're supposed to be white. And everything else goes black. Except for the door, that one can be fully transparent. Just then we have the... I guess we make the black background black as well. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Why here? Why would this not fill the entire background? Fill hole selection. Oh, that did work. Maybe that's the one I need. No, because then I always do everything. Just now I can't select whether I want to do it by diagonal neighbors or not. Anti-aliasing, we don't want base filled area on all visible layers. I think that's the one that's messing up. Now, if we fill this white, the whole background goes white. There we go. Okay, let's see how it looks. So this is the redone 2-bit style. What we would do though, I think, is room details. The spider web and the cracks are fine. I'm not sure I love the mold in the 2-bit style, because I was thinking that, like, if we would have done this colored, I would have probably just made it so that the mold was like a, you know, slightly different color. So it doesn't like pop as hard, whereas I feel like in this version the mold like stands out too much, but it's also kind of difficult to convey the fact that it is mold. So I feel like it might look better to just remove this. Like this. Yeah, I feel like the mold looks a little bit weird in the 2-bit style. This is 2-bit, right? That is what you call it, or is it technically 1-bit? No, it must be 2-bit, just as 0 and 1. It's black and... yeah, 2-bit... no, 2-bit expands to 4 total levels. Yeah, so this is 1-bit, exactly. It's 1-bit. I'll be back later if I can. Cheers. Thank you very much for dropping by, ZVAT, and see ya later, man. Actually, it's 1-bit. Yeah, indeed. Indeed it is. So 2-bit would be 4 colors. Yeah. I think that's good then. The lamp should be centered though. Feel like. So let's drop you to content, align you center of the image. I don't know about these rugs either. Are you? I feel like you should be somewhat centered. 227, that is not an even number, so what we're gonna do is we take the big rug, we pop you 1 to the side, you should now be even. Oh shit. Boom. Now we go layer, crop the content. Once again, does that not work? I don't know. Boom. Line center. Door rug. Let's see, are you a even number? 46, that is indeed even, so we just put you... maybe you should go up 1. Yeah, that probably looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, a bit closer to the door. There we go. Okay, should we make little... I don't know what they are called. But I do think it could look nice to add some details to the rug. Not like super much, but if we just do... I did kinda do something like this before. Maybe something like this. Yeah, that's nice, isn't it? I think I like it. Layer, transform, flip, move you over here. Boom. Yeah, a little bit of details. Just because it's 1-bit doesn't mean we can't do any details. Okay, let's see. Now, I feel like the spider webs could be a little bit improved. That one is fine. That one looks fine. Here there's something weird going on. Room details. I don't like this part. I don't know what is happening here. Maybe something like so. Wait, that's not how spiderweb looks. How does it look? They cross each other a bit more, don't they? Yeah. Okay, should we have some object on top of the drawer maybe? And should it be an interactable object? Maybe we should leave it here and start fixing, because there are a lot of like different objects we need to do. Like for example, the vent needs to have like an open vent and a closed vent, open drawers, closed drawers. I think I'm not gonna make these drawers actually, because I think it might be easier. It's gonna be hard to make it so that it feels like you can look into the drawer. Or is it? Maybe it won't be actually. Because if we pull it far enough out... Because we need to make sure that you can see whatever item we put inside of the drawer. Okay, I think then we are basically done with the... like, simple art here. So what I think we need to do is start picking this apart, making all the different layers. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna use this one for reference, and then we shall, let's see, canvas size. Let's just up this like a motherfucker. Let's see, let's do 1280. We can actually do it like this. No, wait, that's way too big. 640, 360, that's what I meant. Boom. Because now we have to start like separating everything completely. So we take layer to image size, we get a nice little background. So that is the reference we have here. Now, one thing we need is the room, and the room details I suppose can be the same object. So we put the room here. And then let's do this. Canvas size. Let's add one more on the width. Boom. Which means we should be able to take you and push you one step to the side. And let's make a new layer for this. Room 2. I think we should actually make a layer group here, and then we do like, I don't know, let's call this game art, and then we make yet another group which we call test art, which will be like the reference. So you know what, let's call it reference. Does anyone know if you can actually... I have still not figured out how to select multiple items in, or multiple layers in GIMP. It's really annoying, because you would expect to be able to do something like maybe hold Ctrl or Shift and just click multiple, but you can't, at least not as far as I have been able to find. There we go. Palette can be its... Oh wait, we don't even need a palette anymore because we're not doing colors. I mean, maybe some. Maybe like red eyes for the monster. Okay. Let's see, that's the room. What I was thinking about doing as well is just to... Just to make it a little bit clear, we take some color that we're not gonna use. Let's do something like orange. And then, yeah, we can do it on the background. Just separate this lot a little bit. And what's the center? Should be here, right? Whoops. Oh, is it because... Wait, why are you that big? Oh, this is how we did it. We just... see, crop the content. Yeah, it's actually too big. Room, delete this. Okay, and then we can put all of the objects down here, is basically the plan. So, let's start with something like the vent, because that is one that I find quite important. How? Because we need to come up with a solution for this one. Let's see, let's make everything... We have to decide whether we should do this by either having a... When the light is off, we have a very, very low opacity. When the flashlight is on, we do like half opacity. And then what we could do is that when you hover over an interactable item, you turn it white. Or what we could do, which we talked about as well, is that we could use like one other color for highlighting. Do we have any votes in the chat? I know that Red Raka, I think, did like the highlighting effect. What do you guys think? Would you rather go for highlighting or turning up the opacity to show that you can interact with it? Or basically make it more make it brighter. So if we take like the rug for example, either we do hover over the vent, you get this highlight, or like hover over the big rug and it goes white. I guess brighter. So you would prefer this, basically turning up the opacity. Oh wait, we can't actually do opacity. So we need to figure out a different way to do it. Oh, I think we can do it with actually doing it with colors instead, but just without adding a color, because that would make it darker. Because obviously the issue is that if we play around with the opacity, we might remove more than just the outline. So like if you bring down the opacity of only the drawer, you know, you can actually see through it, which isn't great. So we need to do it, we need to actually turn down the white color into a darker color rather than changing the opacity. And that should be fine though. Let's see, let's remove that. I would use colors only for very important moments. But what about like items? Like this note, which is one of the clues in the game, should that be colored? Or should it not be? The key? Yeah, the monster, I mean the red eyes feels like the classic thing that we can do here, because it gives off that creepy vibe. Okay, let's think about if we're not using, if we go with only using colors for the actual monster, how do we solve the vent here? Oh no, wait, let's not do that. Let's bring you into a new layer and put you here. We call you vent. Because then, when you open up the vent, I think we're going to make it a little bit smaller, because I feel like that makes sense. And maybe have those things at the... That could look nice. And then we probably do something like this, because that would be the perspective. You look at this. Not sure, maybe decide later. Yeah, because here's the thing. For this one, for example, one of the notes in the game will be put in this one. How do we show that? Oh wait, it's actually quite easy. Because theoretically, we could just do this. And then we turn this black. Because that's... Now it's somewhat clear, right? That there is an item in the vent. And then obviously when you hold over it, you could make it a little bit bigger. I feel like that can work. Let's see, we have to actually turn down the opacity of the background, or maybe not turn down the opacity, we change the color, because I have to remember to actually color everything in, because otherwise it can't be in front of other objects. Let's see, vent, let's take this one and let's move you. New layer, and we're gonna call this notes. So this would be the vent note. There we have the open vent. I wonder if we should make like the animation for the vent as well. It doesn't have to be super complicated. We can just do something where we like... let's see, it would be stuck in this screw. What if we did it like diagonal? Because I think the issue now is that if we take a vent of the same size and we put it here, let's see, I think the vent is 16 pixels, right? Yes, it is. So if we take the vent here, 16, I think this is gonna look weird if it hangs like this, because that looks like it comes out from the wall. Otherwise it would already, since this one is on the actual wall, it should make an impact here. What if we do it like angle maybe? Boom, boom. Now that would make the vent smaller. That doesn't work either. Because it would be nice if it looks like the vent like slaps into the wall, which is, this is going to be one of the traps where it is going to make a noise and like alerts the monster. Okay, what we could do to fix this is actually quite easy. We literally take this one and just move it away further from the wall so that it will line up correctly. But to be fair, it should probably be angled, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense, because if it's hanging from this screw, it would hang like this, right? I mean, gravity. So, in that case, we need to have, to make this animation. To be fair, maybe we should be a little bit cheeky and just bend the pixels. I think that's fine. We just rotate this one in Unity. Are people gonna care? Probably not. I think I'm too much of a purist sometimes when it comes to pixel art. Because like it does sort of work to just do this in Unity, where we go boom. I'm on the wrong layer. Makes sense. You know, we just go like this. We make it zip, boom, slap into the wall. I think that's fine. Saves a bit of work as well. This is a game jam, we don't have infinite time. Okay, so next up, let's see, we have those separated, we have a note as well. Maybe we should make, maybe we don't need to show any like number here on the note. We just do something like, because it's only when it's actually in the inventory that you need to see the actual the number on it. So we could just do something like that, and in that case we might even make this a little bit smaller. Yeah, I think that might actually look better. And here, I think we might put one pixel on the wall as well, because that would sort of be like the nail or whatever that's holding this note up. But for now, let's just take this note, copy, paste, new layer, and let's do note number 4, which is the one you will find first, because I think that's smart. Just see, if you find something that's called note number 4, you're probably gonna understand that you're supposed to find more notes, because that would indicate that there is something like note 1 and note 2 and note 3. I think this is gonna work. That would be clear enough that I feel like that there is an object in there, especially when you hover over it and get some animation. So that would be note number 2. We also need to make sure that we have like a separate note for the inventory, which is that one is going to need to be a little bit bigger. So let's do like inventory note, but just on that one I want to actually display a number. To be fair though, we're probably gonna use a... No, I do think I want it to be a little bit bigger. This is too much. Nah, that should be fine. Which is now on this one, you can actually say something like 5, where you would have one of the numbers to the safe. So that will be the inventory note. We need to have a note that can be found under one of the rugs as well. So that would be like note number 3. And I guess you should just maybe lay flat. That looks a bit off. Oh, but this could become weird, because now if this one spawns here, it might look a little bit off in perspective. I wonder if it might be better doing this in more of like a... Yeah, I think that's gonna be better. Because now I feel like the perspective is gonna look more correct no matter where it gets spawned into the room. Note 1. No, note 4. And this is technically going to be 3. And then note 2. And then one last note, which is going to be found inside of this crate, I think. Which means we need to break the crate. I think that might be a little bit... That might be a little bit of a challenge, making it look decent. Let's start off with something that feels easier. This box, I feel like, is a little bit more manageable. Because the box should be... Let's see, should be its own layer. And then what I think we can do is we just need to... Let's see, you can't bend too much upwards. But we do something like maybe boom boom. 1, 2, that would probably look like it's against the walls. Let's do something like that. And then this one can kind of like flop down, I suppose. And then here you could see like an object sticking up. I feel like that should work. Let's see, we have 3 objects to find. We have a... what do we have? Screwdriver, hammerhead and hammer shaft is the plan. So like the hammer shaft and the... oh wait, I just realized one thing. Technically, we should be able to see the inside thingy there, right? In this perspective. Should it be a little bit... these look like they're not tall enough. Yeah, I think that's better actually. There we have an open box. Oh, the drawer, that one is interesting. Like the rugs could be a little bit of a hassle. So we need to like... oh, interesting. This one is not fully colored in. That's fine, we can just do it now. New layer, big rug, put you here. Something like so, and then we need to be able to fold up the corners of this rug. Actually, both of them. So I guess we should make this rug into a split game object in Unity, where we do something like basically the left side and the right side of the rug. That makes it easier, because we don't know in which order someone is gonna flip these up. Otherwise I need to make 4 sprites, and that's just annoying. So how would we do this? Could we not basically take like this corner of the rug and let's see, what do we need to do? We flip it horizontally and vertically, so I could have just rotated it, in other words. No wait, that's not right. But it kinda is, we just need to fix... okay, we do something like this. Then we remove all of this. Color this in. Remove all of these. Wait, this is not how it would work though. Because you would have a... yeah, it would look like this, wouldn't it? Otherwise it's gonna look very weird. So yeah, this is what it would look like. Is there enough room to hide a note or something under? I mean, yeah, that one should just about fit there. Boom. And then that means that we would have these little things coming down here instead. Right? Huh. That looks weird. Why does it look weird? I think it looks weird because you would supposedly be a little bit... Yeah, I think you need to be angled. That's good enough, I think. Maybe it looks a bit weird. I don't think that one should go out there. Now we take this one. Now, how do we do this? This is what we do. Take this one, new layer. We flip you horizontally. Remove this side. Remove that side of you. And then we merge you down. There we go. Now you can look under the corners of the rug. Something else changed about the light when you turn it on and off, like the torch? I guess it doesn't really have to, because what gives you an indication that it's on or off is basically that it emits light, so I guess it really doesn't matter. I wanted the paintings. I do think I want the player to be able to like hang the paintings down. I guess we maybe don't even need to make... Oh no, because the perspective becomes fucked if you do that. Yeah, we need to... If you hang them down, you actually need to change the perspective. So this one would have to look like this part should be the opposite. Right? That's how it would look. So this is when it's on the wall. This is when you put it on the ground. Guess we should be able to fold up the door rug as well. And how would we make that look? I feel like the easiest way is that we just fold it in half, maybe? So we take this portion, we flip it. Oh yeah, we can't go fully in half. So we do something like... Oh yeah, that looks good. I think that works. Merge down. Okay, we can open the vent, we can open the box, we can hang down the small painting. We need to be able to hang down the big painting as well. Which is going to be a little bit trickier. Because this painting is already a little bit more complex. I don't know, can anyone guess what this is a painting of? Can anyone describe this painting? Just as a fun little challenge here, to see how well it translates. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Is now rose or an ant, or it's a tree. Yeah, I was going for a tree. That was one. And then I was trying to make it look like it possibly could be cracked as well, but it's a little bit hard. I don't know, maybe if it's better to only go for like a cracked painting but not really have a motive on it. I'm not sure. Because now, since we don't do colors, the cracks kind of blend in with the tree branches, so you can't really tell what is a branch and what would be a crack. Let's see, this is where we flipped it. Looks like an ant with a skirt that puts her hands up. Oh yeah, I can see it with these kind of like becoming... This kind of looks like ice, doesn't it? I guess if we do something like that, we kinda negate that a little bit. Yeah, I think that works. I don't know, like we said before, not everything needs to be done perfectly now. It's better to try and make this sort of quick, and then we can like polish stuff later on if we need to. So let's settle for this for now. Let's see, what about... Okay, so no, now since we don't have mold, that means that the scratches will definitely be behind one of the paintings. let's see, scratches. We need to make sure to make a few of these. So we're gonna go... We need like between 2 and 9. Because like I said before, I don't think it's good going for just putting a 1. Because it's gonna be too hard to understand that just one line could possibly be a number. Whereas like if there's at least 2 of them, I feel like it's easier to pick up on. So what we're gonna do is that we're just gonna copy this and keep going, removing one at a time. That's unnecessary, because we never need... Like, if it's above 5, we can always just have this one the same, and then we add the other ones. But I think that's gonna be... It's more tedious. It could be solved that way, but that puts more effort on the code. I am not the best coder, whereas I feel like it's easier for me to make the art. So I think we're gonna do this the little bit less optimal way in terms of making art for it. Oh shit. 4. So now we need to remove this line. Three. 2. Yeah, and that's where I think we're gonna stop, because if we at least have 2, I feel like that's... When someone is trying to open the safe, they should be like, oh, there's 2 lines here, maybe that's the last number. If I only have 1 line, I feel like people are just gonna be like, I don't know what that is, let's see if we can find the last note. It's not gonna be as easy to understand that that potentially is the last number. I wonder though if all of these should have... No. I was thinking if all should be the same size, but no, it shouldn't, because we're gonna put these centered behind the paintings. So let's just make sure to always perfectly cut them into the game, and the center will always be somewhat correct. So that should be all of the scratches that we need. Okay, what isn't interactable? Drawer, tablecloth, vase, crate. That's basically what we have left. I do think here, for the room, I think we're gonna add a little white dot here, since that is supposed to represent like a pin or like a nail or something holding that note up, so that when you pick off the note you can still see the nail sitting there. Was that unnecessary? Maybe that's unnecessary, to be honest. Because if it would be like a pin, you might as well rip out the pin when you get it anyway. I feel like this could work too, just taking the whole thing off. Because otherwise it might look a little bit weird when you just have one dot on the wall. It might look like a glitch or something. So let's not do that. Should we try the safe maybe? The safe is somewhat centered, so it should almost open up in a like centered perspective. I have no idea if that made any sense, but I hope it does. You will see what I mean. I'm trying to be quite conscious about the perspectives here, because it is easy as someone who's not like a professional artist to start messing up the perspectives. Okay, so if this safe would open, what exactly would happen? Well, this door would move. Technically speaking, this door would even flip. Layer, transform horizontally, and end up like this, right? But then we wouldn't see the numbers anymore, because those are on the front. I do still think we would have some type of border here. Let's see, we are looking at a little bit of an angle, so maybe we should do something like this. Because we're still a little bit more from the right side looking at this. So maybe the door doesn't fully open as well. We could just do something like this. I feel like that would still make sense, probably. Maybe that was a little bit too much. No, wait, is this right? No, this is not right. Something is off here. Because this black bar is actually centered here. Meaning that this would actually be like this. That's how it would open. And then maybe even 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's just test and see how this looks. Maybe a little bit less angle actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How does it look if we don't do these lines? I feel like it's gonna look a little bit weird. Because it looks completely void, if you know what I mean. And then this is, of course, where we would find the final key. Let's see, it's slightly higher up than the middle of the room, meaning that probably we would see a little bit more of the ceiling than we do of the floor. So what if we do 2 lines here and 1 line here? Then we can try just to see how it would look if we like... Oh, I put this on the wrong... No, I didn't. Does that look like a key? Not really. How do we make sure it's somewhat clear but still visible? Just obviously the logical way in real life that this key would be placed in here would be like this. But that's is not obvious enough that that's an object. So I feel like we need to do something. But it's probably weird to just... Yeah, it can't just stand on top of nothing. That makes no sense. So it kinda needs to be angled. Even that's a bit weird. How would it look if we actually had it like this? I guess that might actually work. Oh wait, this is a little bit annoying because technically speaking, you would be like here, but that would be really hard to see. Maybe we should do it like this instead. Because the safe is still somewhat high in the room. Meaning that, yeah, just the bottom is about center in the room, so it's kind of fine if we say that we are a short person and this is actually our line of sight. Then this would actually be correct in perspective. So I think that's how we're gonna do it. Meaning that we can also make a new layer for the key. Okay, this is going pretty good. So far, so good. Let's knock over some more of the simple ones. The plant almost doesn't even need one, because we could do it in Unity with just rotating the plant. But it might be easier to make sure that it lines up correctly if we do something like this. Okay, if you knock this one over, it would fall 90 degrees clockwise. Which is then we can make sure that it lands like this. Which is going to be... Yeah, basically all we do in Unity is make sure that we cut the item out like this or something. Let's see. You need... Yeah, this would be the actual box. And then we just do it similarly here. Then if we swap out the sprite, it should land correctly. Maybe it's actually fine. Maybe we should move it, because it's kind of weird if it falls exactly like this, right? If you would tip this over, it would probably land like this. So maybe we should have a little bit of extra room to make up for that. Okay, painting's done. The vase, whatever is done. Light switch, super easy. I think even though we could just rotate this one 180 degrees in Unity, I think I'm gonna make a new sprite for it. Because so far we will be handling all of this through sprites. So it's easier when we start coding to just make a function to swap out the sprite and then reuse that one for basically every single one. So here we just flip it vertically, and that means that you have turned the light on. Okay, table, drawer, crate. That is about the stuff that we have left. Otherwise, most of this should be done. I think let's make the vent thingy though, because I do think I want the vent to kind of hang off. Otherwise we could make something where the vent actually falls down and makes a noise like that, but it's gonna be a bit tricky of an animation to do. Boom. Okay. I kind of want to see what happens. What happens if I take this one and then we rotate it 40... Wait, how would it fall? It would fall... It would go all the way to the side and then almost all the way. It would be like this at the end. Yeah. Boom. Let's see what happens. Do we have no interpolation? Rotate. Okay. And now we just clean this one up. I feel like it does look like it's bigger, doesn't it? It feels like it has grown in size. Let's see, how many are you? That's 15. 15. If you go all the way here, it's 17. Let's try... maybe boom. That might look better. Yeah, I think that looks alright. Then we will do like screw holes here, and then the ventilation things would be like... They actually don't go as far out, so maybe put them like here. Well, one issue is the fact that we have 5 lines on that one. 3, 4, 5. That looks too close though. This could be an issue. How do I solve this? Because we can't jump like one full down, we're not gonna be able to fit as many as we want. So what we do instead... What if you put them... If you do one like this, and the next one like this. That should work. Yeah, I think that's okay. So now we have the hanging vent lid, or whatever you want to call it. Boom. So basically after you open it, it would look like... Let's see, it would look like this. I kind of feel like it still looks big for some reason. Let's fix it later if we need to. This is a jam, we don't have infinite time. And torch should pretty much never change, so all we need to do is renew down here and we should be good to go. Torch. Drawer. That one will be interesting. Because here we do have to think about the perspective. This is also a little bit tricky, because if you're gonna pull the drawers out, the top one is gonna cover the bottom one, isn't it? Oh, you know what we could do? We could actually change this to something like this, where it's actually one drawer and two like locker thingies. That's one way to do it. Because here I'm not entirely... Are these not the same size? Oh, they're not. 16. That is centered. Yeah, I'm not actually entirely sure how to make this work. Let's see, this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 pixels deep, so theoretically we can't open it more than that. It would go 1, 2, 6. It would end up looking something like... Nope. Wait. We do something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom is the first one. Boom, 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 boom. And that also means that this would not be visible. This does not seem right. Because it isn't. Let's see, you would start here, below that one. And you would go like that. Huh. That still looks off. Oh, because that's probably not how it would actually go. It wouldn't go that high. It would do something like... maybe like this. Yeah. I think that's why it looks off. But here's my issue with the drawer. It's kind of hard to show an object found in here. Technically, we could pull this one out even more. It is a little bit weird though. Because if we do something like this, that means that the drawer is... like, this doesn't make sense physically speaking. Because we see the depth of the drawer here. The depth. And this is way deeper. So that's why my other idea, how we could solve this, is to actually not make these drawers per se, but rather make them basically just fully open up, like... like if it was a what you call it, just like a hasp or whatever. I think that's the easier way of doing it, just now it's gonna be way easier to show off an object on the inside. And maybe then you would see some form of like inches or whatever. It's not as normal, I feel like you would expect this to be a drawer, but it's way harder for me to show off an object on the inside. Why if we make it 2 doors that open up? That's another... So it's like a... We could do something like this. Like just 2 full, like, cabinets. Yeah, I think that might be the best way to do it. Because I'm not entirely sure this makes as much sense. I don't think when someone looks at this, you wouldn't expect it to open this way, right? You would expect it to be a drawer. $20.19. I think the perspective could make sense if we made that one a little bit smaller. Because technically speaking, that side would be a little bit further away. Otherwise we could make it 1 pixel wider, that wouldn't really matter either. I do think this is fine. Oh, that looks kinda cool. Oh, I think I like it. Let's have a look. Let's see how this would look in the actual scene. Yeah, I think that's fine. Maybe once again it would make sense if we had some like hinges. Yeah, that looks nice. Oh, this is annoying. I just realized we have to make... The doors need to be separate objects, I think. But let's start off... Let's separate them later. Let's start off by seeing if we can make these open in a nice looking way. Which I'm not entirely sure how to do here. If you were open, we wouldn't see this. All of this would go away. We would, however, see the inside, which should be this big, I guess. That looks about right. And that would be the perspective, because we are to the right and looking down on this one. And that means that the door as well, if that one swung open, it would go something like this, wouldn't it? Probably be a bit bigger. This would disappear. This one would probably go down one step, but that might look a little bit off. Let's just do it like this. Once again, I am a little bit intrigued to see how this would look in the actual scene. I mean, that would be fine. All we need to do is just make sure that the crate is in front of it in the scene. And I feel like that would be fine. Does the size make sense? I think it kinda does. And I suppose we could just copy this part, flip it, and put it here. Let's see, however, you would go away and there would be a thingy there. And also, the inside of the hasp here you wouldn't see, because that would be like a bit around the corner. And I think maybe we could do something where this door doesn't fully open up as much. We do something like this. I feel like that's fine. So, now the question is, how do we break this apart? This needs to, yeah, all the things that store stuff need to be layered in a bit of a complex way, where like, this needs to be one object in the back, so that we can place an item here. Yeah, we need to do some more separations. The safe, or maybe even the safe, because it would be nice if the key technically existed in the scene behind here. Now, otherwise what you could do is just activate the key item when you open this one, and then it just ends up being that. That would work as well. We don't technically need to separate it, because otherwise we need one for the inside and one for each door. And I guess we can kind of do it that way here as well, where if you open it, then you spawn the item, or not, the item spawns but we deactivate it so it's not visible, and when you open the door you activate the item the same second so that the item shows up inside. Then we don't have to separate as much. Let's see how the fully unlocked drawer would look. I'd say that's fine. Okay, so let's skip these ones. Although I do think they look kinda nice, it's gonna be too hard to show off objects on the inside. And now we actually need 3 different objects, because we're gonna separate this one by the left and right side. So we need one. No, this is all we need, isn't it? And then we just put this one like so, right? And we go ish by the center. That would be half open. I wonder if we actually should make it like this. It's going to... It would be easier, just then both will have a ending thingy. It might look a bit weird, I'm not entirely sure, but just the issue here is that it would be the only double line almost in the entire scene. I think it works though, I don't think that's too noticeable. Because now it will be much easier. Let's see, from the corner they are 29 wide. Because then we can really just separate them side by side like this. And just swap out half the sprite. And it's gonna look like you open the door. Because I don't think I want it to be like fully open in one click. It feels more interactive if you have to open each door by itself. It just feels nicer, you know. Which reminds me, all items that are supposed to be highlighted need to be their own layer. We need to have our own sprite for them. Which is fine, because most of these are just gonna be highlighted as is. Even the safe can even be highlighted like this. This one can be fully highlighted. The vent can be fully highlighted. Nodes as well. This one actually can't. Here I feel like it's maybe... Oh wait, we're gonna split this in half, so what we could do is that we just highlight half of it. Boom, you fold up this one. Highlight the other one, boom, you fold up that one. I think that's fine. This one is a little bit weird though, just if you can open each door separately. It would look weird to highlight the entirety of the left side maybe. I would look... If we separate this one and make this one have less opacity, and then we move you... Then we move you up. I guess that could work. But it's gonna... I do feel like it's gonna look a little bit off. Just proportionally, it does look a little bit weird. Yeah, I think we just separate these doors into 2 different layers. We can do that like this, can't we? We made one object in Unity like this, and then we made this one object. No, but just then if you... No, just... How would that work? No, just technically we're not gonna play with the opacity, we're gonna just darken the color. So that would be... I think that should be fine, I think that's enough. So it's almost only the crate left, unless we're gonna make some sparky thingy from the lamp when you turn on the switch. Maybe we should. And we still need to have that as its separate object as well anyway. Technically we don't, that should be part of the scene. Nah, let's do it like this. New layer, lamp, put you here, duplicate, put you over here, layer to image size, and then we just do So that would just be like a little quick spark to show that something is not right in this light. We can actually see exactly how it would look in like the animation by just doing this on its own layer, and then it would look like this, and then you flip the light on and it's just quickly going to tsh. Did you like my sound effect? I feel like this is fine. Boom. Ooh, we have the tablecloth as well. So this one, I think you should be able to fold up. So what would happen then is that we would have like a... Maybe we make a little roll of it. Like you roll it up, kinda. Oh wait, you wouldn't see this inside, it would look like this with the perspective, wouldn't it? Oh, that looks too tight actually, I think this one should even go here. Not entirely sure I like it. Maybe if we bring it down one step. Does that make sense? I mean, I guess it's gonna make more sense when you have like, what you call it, sound effects and stuff. Just then, if you add some sound effect that kinda sounds like the rolling of a cloth. I don't know. And then you could find, ooh, we might have an issue here. I'm not sure this note actually fits there. It would, however, fit if we bring the roll up one again. Table. Let's see, is that right? It should probably have the same distance here, right? Which is 6 pixels. And that is the same. Oh yeah, that also needs to be... This needs to be its own layer. Yeah, it needs to. So we do something like this. Which means, yeah, we only need one table. And then we just change the sprite of the cloth instead. Which looks something like this. Technically like that. Because now we should be able to take this one and just spawn it on top of here. And it's gonna look right. And then if you interact with it, we just switch the sprite out to this one instead. That should be fine. Yeah, we do need to do something similar with this one, at least if we want the highlighting to work correctly. This one is fine because I feel like the safe can fully go here. But maybe it is better, it's gonna be easier to structure everything, I feel like, if we do something like this. Where, wait, let's see here. Where this is its own layer. Because then we can put this one back, put the object inside of it. And then this is just like one big sprite that we can swap out. So either we use this one to fully cover it up, or we use this one after it's opened. I think that's the best way of handling this. So that means that this can always be active in the scene, and then we just switch out whatever we put on top of it. Kind of similarly to what we do here. This one is always active, this one is just in front of it. This one I might be lazy with and just divide it up in half. It would probably be best if we could do something like this, where this part of the box... No anti-aliasing, we don't... Huh? Off? Okay. Apparently we can't do that without any form of Anti-aliasing, that's a bit annoying. Basically, I feel like it would be nice if this was its own layer. And we just keep this active in the background and then place the other box on top of it. Switch out to this box, which will have this part be transparent, and then we can show whatever object we want on the inside. So we basically just do this. Because now we can take this object and just put in front of this one, and then we swap it out to this one. So we have the inside of the box, the closed box, and the open box. Because that also means that if the item inside is too big, it's easier. If this one is in front, it will just cover up half the item, which I feel like is fine. Are we missing a note? Yeah, the one in the crate, because we haven't done the crate yet. Oh yeah, we also need the room details here. To be part of this one. Let's do that. 2 new layer details. Let's move you up. Make sure that you are in front of the other one. And you would be somewhere like here. Oh, we don't have the shelf, have we? No, we don't. Does that one need to be its own item? Or object? Yeah, it kinda does, because we're gonna need it to cover up a bit of the vase. Shelf. Oh, there is something I want to fix there though. I'm not entirely happy with this shelf, because I do think, naturally speaking, it would look something like this, maybe? No, wait, yeah, no. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Maybe if we do something like this. That's better. Yeah, I do feel like it shows the perspective a little bit more, because this is kind of weird where this one technically is plastered to the wall and then the shelf just comes out. In that case, that's like, why is even the point of having these? Whereas this looks like it's something that actually goes out and like holds the shelf up. Yeah, maybe something like that. Are they a bit high, maybe? Maybe they are a bit too, like, tall. Shelf. What if we did something like... Yeah, I think I might want them to be a little bit shorter. Something like so. I don't know, it might be something that looks a little bit off with it. Maybe the angle is too much upwards for the placement. Maybe it should actually... Because it almost looks like this, the shelf itself has like an upwards angle. Which would be fine if we like placed it up here, or rather over here. That would make sense, because now we would view it more from below. But this is almost in the center of the room. I actually don't think we should have this much of a perspective on it. It should probably be maybe something like that. Or maybe even we could even go all the way down. Yeah, I think it was too high. I think I might do something like this. And then maybe like that, because this would be the end. Or maybe like this. You can still see a little bit of the side, since you are more to the left. And then what we can do with the plant to make, because now it looks a little bit like it's almost floating atop. We just do this then in the game. Yeah, I think that looks better than this. This has too much of an upward angle. This looks a bit more right. Boom. Let's grab this shelf. We're not ever gonna do anything with the shelf, so that's really all we need. Okay, that is almost every single object in the scene. We have both versions of the paintings. The safe can be opened, the box can be opened. Oh yeah, that's the thing. The drawer that's no longer a drawer we needed to separate the doors, didn't we? And then it's only the final thing that I have been procrastinating for like the last 4 hours, which is the crate that I am a little bit scared of fixing, because that is probably gonna be the most detailed one. Box, painting, plant. What am I doing? Drawer. This is the one. We need like you. Should be your own object. Yeah, that's fine. We do something like that. And then we can actually fully remove the inside of this one as well. And make it transparent. Like so. Oh shit, no wait. We are supposed to... Let's not do extra work. Let's copy, or rather cut, this inside. Did I fuck up? There we go. And then we cut you. Yeah, and we place you there instead. Wait, have I done this weird? You have two... So I cut this one off, boom, so that one had two as well. No, this should be fine. It's supposed to be black here as well. Yeah, that's right. So now we have a cabinet without the doors, and we can just put these ones on top of it in the game, and then when we need to, we just switch them out to one of these doors instead. Let's not do extra work, a mantra to live by, exactly, dude. Then I still start like to kind of doing extra work anyway. But yeah, no, I think this is good. These ones are gonna need a lot more space, because I think the easiest way to do it when we swap sprites is to make sure that this sprite is actually as big as this sprite. Same thing here, like this sprite is going to be like this big, so that it fits the same area as this one. I think that makes it easier. That is almost every single object we need. Paintings are done, scratches are done, rugs are done, the box is done, torch is done, vent is done, vase is done, shelf we have. The door is probably quite important. We don't have a door yet. Door. We probably want to have that one. And you also need to open. So I think the easiest way to do this is that we are going to make a new layer here called open door. We are going to turn off the previous door, wherever we have that one. There we go. And see if we can sort this bit out. How would we want to do this? I guess I'm not sure I want full like 45 I guess that kinda does work though, doesn't it? As long as I guess we need to put this door in front of the drawer, otherwise it might look a little bit weird. Like, because this one now has a door that is gonna swing open this way. You know what? I think we might actually, just to be safe, we might put that door into the test scene, just to make sure that it looks good when everything is open. Because I'm thinking that it's not too hard to make it so that you can close stuff as well. That's relatively easy, basically just swap the sprite back. But it does make the world feel a little bit more interactive. But we still need to make sure that everything looks decent, even if everything is open at once. So we are going to take the drawer. I'm just gonna copy this door. And we are going to paste you right about here. Yeah, because I feel like the way I was doing it now was basically that I took this one all the way over here, which might look a little bit odd. Oh yeah, we are going to cover this part as well. To be fair, it didn't actually look as bad as I thought it would. But what we also could do is to basically make the door open with less angle. So we do something like this. That might even look a bit better. Yeah, I think I might prefer this. Obviously it looks a little bit weird now when we technically have drawers and doors, but... And let's see, this should actually have a bit of a angle like that on the top as well. How did we start here? We did like boom, boom. Maybe not the same angle, because this technically isn't all the way up by the ceiling. I feel like this is gonna... That looks a little bit off, it does. This angle does not look right. So I think we might do one of these things where we go every other to get a little bit less angle. No, I think it should be even less. Or more of a downward angle, I suppose. Maybe even like this. Definitely looks better. I guess maybe you would still see the handle, which would probably remain at sort of the same height, maybe even go down a little bit. Yeah, because it would swing something like this, so it would probably, and it's not really in the center, it's a bit lower, maybe something like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's see, 2 pixels below, 4 pixels above. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Dude, I'm not sure if this angle still is too high. Wait, did I draw on the wrong... No. Maybe... I think I have to try and lower it even more just to see. If we do something like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Because it would be an upwards angle, because we are looking at it from below, so what's closest to us would appear the highest, I'm quite sure. But maybe not that much. To be fair, it's... I think this might be good. And obviously this other door should not be there when it's opened. I think that works. Oh no, there is one thing we are forgetting. We would still have a window, wouldn't we? Let's open up this door for the reference. I have to go, have a great stream and good luck with the game. Thank you very much, Heydu, for stopping by. Always appreciate it, always nice to have you here, man. And have a good one. I'll see you next time, man. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, let's see. The window would probably start here, wouldn't it? And then probably go something like this. That might look like it's a bit low. Yeah, I feel like that looks better. And then this part, I guess, would go here. And then we do the same pattern. Yeah, that looks about right. You know, I just realized though, a door doesn't only have a handle on one side. Technically, we should have some type of handle here, shouldn't we? Yeah, something like that. Just would be a bit weird if there was no handle on the other side of the door. Okay, I think I am happy with that one. Oh, that's a bit odd. Technically, this is a window, so we should see through it, meaning it should look something like this. I think that's fine. Let's do this. Boom, that is our door. It would be fun if we could start implementing a bit of this into the game today. Just to see how it looks. We do need a monster though. What's up, Satsidak? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you, mate. How's it going? It's going quite good. We have most of the art finished, I feel like, for this game. And I feel like we have a lot of good lands as well. So yeah, so far I'm feeling real good. Where is it? We have like 20... What did we say? 24 days left. And it feels like I have picked something with good scope. So it should probably be finished even well before the deadline. And that should leave quite a bit of time for polishing, which I am happy to do, because yeah, it's still, even if it's a game jam game, it's nice if you can make it polished. Nice indeed. How you doing, man? All good? Maybe we should stop here and implement this stuff. And yes, if anyone is wondering, it is because I'm scared of drawing the crate. I do feel like it's going to be difficult making that look completely right. And there are stuff we can add later, like maybe some more interactable objects and just details and stuff. But I feel like this is we have a pretty good base to start with here. Oh wait, this door is going to be interesting. This is also something that needs to switch sprite, meaning that this sprite actually needs to be quite big. Because this one needs to fit something like this, where we have this door on the side, and this one needs to have the normal door to the right. That should be enough space. Everything else has enough space. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. These ones need to be equally big as well. That should be fine. I feel like that is probably it. I think we're gonna stop here for today. And see if we can implement this into the game. I'm a little bit... Is this the correct size? The resolution? Let's see. We take you. We go down here. We have... No, it's not. We're missing a few pixels. This is 8 pixels wide. This is definitely not. Yeah, it's all good. I think I'm pretty much done with my report view. Oh, nice, man. Good on ya. It looks nice. Will it be in black and white mostly? Yeah, I did start to try out adding some colors, but we kind of had a little bit of a voting in the chat, and most people actually preferred the like 1-bit graphics, which, to be fair, I do think it's gonna make for a little bit more of a unique game, because it's not as common in a game like this with the 2-bit or 1-bit rather. So yeah, I do think I think we're gonna highlight a few things. Maybe like the monster is still gonna have like red eyes or something because it's creepy. But other than that, yeah, I think we mainly are going to handle this with basically changing the opacity so that when we turn the flashlight off... Oh wait, I need the background. When you turn the flashlight off, we basically just lower the opacity of all the objects a lot to make it look like it is darker, and then when you turn it on you just light it up. That is basically the plan. And sounds slick as fuck. Nice. I'm glad to hear you like it. I'm feeling good about it so far. I actually feel like we have something really good going here, so it's fun. It's actually fun to work on, because obviously a lot of times when you do something just for practice, you might not be as like hyped about the game itself, whereas here I feel like this should actually turn out to be something really good. Let's see, we have to make sure that we have the correct resolution here though, otherwise it's gonna be a bit messy. Where do we have the room? Room 2, there we go. And what did we say? It was like 8 pixels, I think. From this one we have 8 pixels. So from this one we should also have 8 pixels. So what was your report about, if you don't mind me asking? Boom, and now we shall once again just double check and make sure that we have the correct resolution, because otherwise we are gonna get some weird scaling and stuff. Let's see, 320 times 180, that is correct. One of the smallest 16:9 resolutions you can probably get. And we have all of the objects, everything looks right. The only thing we don't have yet, we should still do this though, just to add it into the scene, just it's not gonna look as empty. It is the crate that I still have not done all the animations for. But we can still put it in the scene, because it's gonna look nice. Boom! We're still missing one note. Oh yeah, that doesn't matter, because that note is the one that will be in the scene itself. Or in the crate, which we haven't done. Maybe we should make a bigger key for the inventory. Maybe. And I think I came up with a really good way of handling the inventory, because right now we have a little bug where when you use something, it doesn't get removed from the physical inventory. But I think I'm gonna make this, because there's not that many items, I think I'm gonna make a full inventory and then just turn the items off depending on what you pick up or not. Rather than like, because now we're basically spawning an item into the inventory and then destroying it. We don't need to do that, because you can only have like a total of, I don't know, 5-6 items anyway. It doesn't really matter. It was about my web app for my sister, techniques used, how it works together, etc. A bit rushed since I only had 2 weeks to do it, but I hope it works. Pretty much my last step before I'm done with my studies. Oh, holy shit, man, nice! Good on ya. Key, there we go. So this key we should also be able to have in the inventory. It's going to be next to something like this. So maybe we should make it a little bit bigger. Because if we have a key this small, it might look a little bit out of place. So maybe we just up the size a little bit. Sounds like a good plan, but could maybe be fun to do it more complicated if you can use it in the future. Oh yeah, you mean the inventory system. Yes, it will be nice to finally be done with it, I can imagine. Yeah, we could. It is true that it does make it harder to build upon if we need to. That's definitely the case. No, maybe the key actually should be like this. Nah. Yeah, we'll see how we solve it. But we do have to make it, because the only thing is that I would like it to be sorted in a certain way as well, and that's one thing that would be quite easy if you make it with like objects that never actually go away from the scene, or well, are just turned on and off. Because it would be nice if the nodes were sorted in the correct way, so that you basically can read out the code as it's supposed to be. At the top of the chat I see "let's not do extra work, mantra to live by, run Russia." Yeah. So that would technically be the opposite. Oh, how should we make it look? Oh, maybe we do it... What if we do it angled? That should be cool. We do it like this. Because then we can still get a little bit of an extra size on it in the inventory. I think I need to see how this would look with the background as well. I mean, it looks like a key. And it is going to be pretty small. I think that's probably fine. Maybe we do some... Well, first of all, this should go away. Maybe we make it smaller like this. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. Is that everything? Fuck. There are more things. We need more things for the inventory, because all of the objects must exist, so we do have stuff like... the hammer shaft, as well as the... hammer head. As well as the combined hammer shaft and hammerhead. It just can look something like this. Does that look enough like a hammer? Like, we can use tooltips, so like if you hold above it, it's going to say like hammer or hammerhead, whatever. I feel like that might be fine enough. What we could do maybe to make it look a little bit more like a hammer is something like... maybe something like this. Because that definitely looks more like a hammer. Hammer looks nice. Hammerhead looks like the other part, but sideways. It definitely does. When we just did a line like that. I guess it could get a little bit better if we do something like this. Doesn't need to be huge either, technically. But yeah, I suppose that looks more like a hammer. Looks surprisingly nice, lol. Cheers, man. Yeah, let's do this one instead. I feel like that's going to look a little bit more clear. Oh, wait. one thing is a bit odd. Either both of these need to be like that, which I think I might prefer, or I need to remove this one as well, which I think I don't prefer. I think I actually like this one being a bit bigger like that, because it looks more sharp, you know. And then we also need a screwdriver, and that one I think is pretty easy. I think we just made something like this and basically call it done. There's not much else we can do in pixel art. And like, this is basically big enough to place in, maybe a little bit smaller. Yeah, I think these might be what we have in the inventory, but maybe we actually do need them to be a little bit bigger in the actual scene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't work, just then we need to do something like this, and that looks weird. Let's do that. Because I think in the actual world these become very small. So maybe we do something like, we just up the size a little bit on them. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be better. Annoyingly though, if it's gonna be visible in this box, it kinda needs to stand up, so then I guess we're gonna have to make something where we rotate it. Because otherwise it's gonna be weird if it's floating here. But it also looks a bit weird if it's standing up here. Or maybe it actually doesn't, because what we could do is just made something where, like, you know, if it leans on the wall or something, should be at the top of other stuff. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. Because I do think overall I like it more laying down. So what we do is just make sure that the inside of the box, which is this, has a bunch of random shit in it. So we just do something like this. Because then if we... oh shit, I'm painting on the wrong layer. Let's take this, move you up, make you into a new layer. Then we need to find a box. We're gonna merge you down, select this one, put you over here. Yeah, because now it's a box of stuff, and now I feel like it would probably look more normal if we take our little bitty screwdriver and we just place it on top of that stuff. It's still gonna be easier to find it as well, because stuff is going to still be a little bit highlighted when you like hover over it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Would it be too much of a giveaway to have items in a different color? I have thought about it. We definitely could do it, because they would pop up a little bit more. But I don't know how far... because maybe not all interactive items, but maybe like the collectible items should be a different color to kind of make them stand out a bit more. Because what I've been thinking about now that we might do is something where, like, basically everything in the scene, but if we take this, let's take the vent as a good example. And let's hide the boundary. I'm thinking that everything in the game should be slightly, like when it's dark and you don't have the flashlight, we have it look like something like this, so you can like just barely see it. And then when you turn the flashlight on, you go like here. So technically this would be 2-bit then. And then if you hover over it, it like shines white. So that is what kind of gives away the fact that this is an interactable item. The difference between like this and this. If you said it would be highlighted on hover, it should be good enough, probably. Gives visual feedback for it kinda. Yeah, exactly. What is 1-bit, 2-bit, etc.? Mario 8-bit. Yeah, so I think it is I think it's doubled, right? So I think 8-bit is 16 colors. So it's how many colors you have in your palette, basically. So 1-bit is black and white, which is currently what we have. But if I do what I talked about now, it would technically speaking be 4-bit. I'm not entirely sure, don't quote me on the 16 colors for 8-bit, that might be incorrect. Because it might even be set colors you need, I'm not sure. But I'm quite sure that 4-bit would be black, like dark grey, light grey and white. I think that's 4-bit. And 1-bit is just pure black, pure white. So as of right now, it technically is 1-bit. But then in Unity, by slightly changing the colors, it technically will turn into 2-bit. Yeah, that is basically it. Let's just quickly throw these together. As well as the in-game hammer, which I guess... Let's see, the handle is a little bit longer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's make it like 8. I think this is 8 pixels, indeed. And then we need to somehow turn this into a similar-ish but bigger size. I guess would be maybe something like this. That looks too big. I think that's good enough, for now at least. Like we said, we can always change stuff later. We can't be too perfectionist yet, since, like we have said, this is a game jam. Are there any other objects? Now we have notes, key, hammer... Oh no, wait, the hammer parts need to be separated as well. Since you never... Yeah, wait, this one never has to look like this, because you're never gonna find just the hammer. So what we do is that we just separate these fully. Boom. And now we are basically done. Now you can find... You can find all the notes, almost all the notes. You can find the screwdriver, and you can see the screwdriver in your inventory. You can find the parts, make them into the hammer, and then see the hammer in the inventory. So this is the weird sketch of what the puzzle is currently going to be like. That's the wrong one. I do feel like the good thing here is that I feel like there's, even when I desaturated the colors, I do feel like there is a chance that this could very well end up looking a little bit too cartoony, where I feel like the 8 or 1-bit style is actually going to look less cartoony. Even though it technically is kind of cartoony as well. Looks nice, cheers man. Oh, something we need is a monster as well now. And we also need a jump scare version of him. Should we do this as well? Maybe we should try and finish as much as the art of as possible. So we need to draw one small monster, one big jump scare monster, and we also need a small human for the beginning cutscene of the game. No scope creep here at all, I promise. Okay, so we need to make a 1-bit monster. I feel like for now I might be fine just doing the jump scare, because right now in the actual game the jump scare is quite literally just a big red square, which is a little bit lame. Like, this isn't super scary, really. So at least the actual part that would become the jump scare would be nice to have finished. So what I think we're gonna do is make a new layer. Let's call this jump scare. We do a test background as well. And the test background should be the size of the game, which is 320. I had to think for a moment. 180, right? That looks right. Oh shit, did I? Oh, for this. Oh. Can I not move this selection now? Oh, fucking hell. 320, 180. Boom. And we are going to color you black. And then we can try making a little bit of a scary monster thing here. Looked hard to turn off the lights in time. Yeah, it's gonna get easier because you will have audio cues as well. And also, so like you will actually hear the monster getting closer. And also I made it, because I didn't want to wait. This is a trap, so when you press this one, you alert the monster. So now he kind of starts running towards the door. So that's not the normal speed he comes at. Like normally, it's something like this. Where we make him come here quickly first. That's just there's a little bit longer delay first. But still, it is pretty quick now. But that is a little bit since we don't have the noise. It will be much easier when you have like the audio noise. Just like that, it's still like I have to stress it a little bit. That's the only thing I am a little bit scared of, actually. I am a little bit scared that when you have the audio feedback, it might actually get too easy instead. Because you're clearly gonna hear like, oh, he's coming now, I'm gonna turn this off. So we have to see if maybe the traps have to really like up his speed a little bit, and maybe that's when we can actually get people. Because it's kinda sad if the majority of people play through this game and never get a jump scare, you know? Okay, so I did find a sort of like monster-ish thing that I kinda feel like should be good. Like something along the lines of this. Like not too supernatural, but still clearly not a normal human being. Sorry, did I just jump scare a bunch of people now? Should get a triggered? Yeah. So I feel like something along the lines of that could work quite well, instead of having like something with like horns and stuff, you know. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have to sculpt this one a little bit. So it's gonna look like shit first, and we're slowly gonna see if we can get it to look somewhat decent. This might actually become harder now in 1-bit style. We'll see. I am not really a person to draw characters, but we are going to try this. And I think with enough time I can get this sort of where we want it. Just need to slowly sculpt it into what we want. And like, if it looks a little bit uncanny, it doesn't really matter, because that can actually be a bit more scary anyway. If it looks a little bit unhuman. To be fair, for a first little sketch, this is not too bad, is it? Not too bad. Sweet. I will have to like clean everything up later on, but let's just get something to work with at first. I feel like it needs to be, it looks a little bit round. I really should start working in a sprite. I know I say that like every time I draw something on stream, but yeah, I feel like it's starting to get a bit creepy. What would be really cool is that if we did something where, you know, he like has his hands like reaching toward you. Like, that would really up the creepiness. I think the main issue there is that hands are fucking insanely difficult to draw. They really are. But it's so easy to make hands look very weird. Claws then? If he has claws, he's still gonna have hands, right? Which is it's not the nails. Oh, boxing gloves. Boxing gloves would definitely be easier. I'm not sure it would be as scary. But I mean, still, like, if this all of a sudden pops up in your face, it's still probably gonna be a bit scary. I wonder how it would look just to see if you... I mean, that looks a bit creepy, doesn't it? Should also do the opposite, where you do something like this. I feel like that looks less creepy, actually. Oh yeah, we also talked about actually allowing a new color for him. Maybe... oh, fuck. Maybe we should do something like... should have a lowered cheek maybe, so the mouth is a bit longer. Oh yeah, we should make it so that it's... just like we said, it doesn't have to look fully human. It can actually be a bit of a advantage if it doesn't. Because it might actually end up looking even more scary. Yeah, I think this will be an improvement. I watched too little scary stuff, me too. Can things shine? Yeah, they can, sort of. Since I do have like bloom and post-processing in the game. It's a little bit... I'm still not fully certain how I make one thing shine more than another thing. Because the 2D lighting system in Unity is a little bit weird to work with. Did I maybe overdo it a little bit? Maybe there was a... yeah, and then maybe fix this angle a little bit as well. I think it's still kinda nice if it goes in a little bit, because it makes him look a bit thinner, which kinda works. Shiny red eyes, I think would fit. Yeah, it definitely would. And I do think this is gonna make it a bit scarier, because just because of the fact that the whole game is like 2 or 1 bit, and then all of a sudden, for the first time, you see like red. Maybe we should have blood dripping down on the monitor as well after the jump scare. Do you have like a visible tongue? I don't think so. Some form of like body might look nice. I mean, so far I don't think this is too bad actually. Like, we do need to clean up the line art and all of that. I think hands, as you said, to feel left and right. Yeah, it would be nice. It's just fucking hell, dude. I mean, no joke, hands, even if you ask actual like artists, like hands tend to be like one of the most difficult things to draw on like a character. And I think one of the issues is that everyone knows how a good hand looks. So it's so easy to, like, a minor mistake and it's like really visible. And I don't know, there's so many moving parts to hands. Let's see, hands grasping towards you. I mean, I guess if we use some like reference, we might be able to do it. Interesting. You went with the humanoid monster thought process behind that. Not much at all, really. But to be fair, I think the uncanny thing about it almost makes it a little bit more scary, rather than having something that's like too over the top. Actually, I just added horns. That's not really too over the top. It's still humanoid. And yeah, I don't know. It's not too much thought process behind it, if I'm being honest. I think it might just be... I mean, I found this reference, which I thought looked kind of creepy. From the beginning, we weren't thinking about actually such a humanoid one, because we did find that pixel art monster. Which one? We did look at this one for a bit, which is less... It's still, I mean, arguably it's still humanoid, but it's more of a true monster, whereas this one is very human-like, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know, there's not really too much thought process behind it. I found that reference and was like, maybe something like this can work. I mean, something like this would be creepy. Something like that on either side. With a reference, we can probably do it alright. Kinda nice with zoomed in phased picture, I would say. Oh yeah, that should work as well. That might look even more... Because the one I showed might look a bit more like a boo kind of thing, whereas these ones actually look a little bit more like they are actually grabbing towards you. Be right back. Okay, see you soon, man. Hard to replicate. Yeah, it depends on how much you cheat, to be honest. And here, we have no issue cheating a little bit, because I am by no means a true artist. I just try my best and kinda hope it works. So what we can do is that we remove that bit. We take the jump scare. Let's see if we can center it a little bit. Something like that. And then we just do this. Maybe something like that size. Because they would be grabbing more towards you, I suppose. So they should be bigger than what you would expect. Look, this is how you do it. Who needs to be an artist? I mean, that would be creepy. I find little girls in horror to be the worst, so humanoid definitely work. Was just curious. Yeah, for sure. Little girls to be the worst. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some good examples of that being like creepy kids in like horror movies and stuff. Are these the same hand, or are these actually different? No, they are different. It would probably look better. It's more work, but it would look better. I mean, this is gonna be... I don't think I'm gonna be able to play my own game. Which hand do we like the most? Because there's no reason... Like, we do have the motto from... Red Raka here. let's not do extra work in mantra to live by, exactly. So maybe we should just make one hand and just duplicate it on the other side. Which hand looks most to be like scary? I'd say maybe this one. Maybe this one. Now these are like more spread apart, which I feel like looks a little bit more spooky. So now what we're gonna do is just simply start filling this in. I take no shame in tracing a reference at all. And then maybe we give him a little bit of claws as well. Just to punch in like the uncanny, still not fully human aspect of it. Maybe, you know, we just do something where like we take this base, but then we just go boom. Yeah, I feel like that can be quite creepy looking. The one on the right, yeah, I feel like it looks a little bit more menacing for some reason. That's not the right angle, is it? It would be something like... yeah, something like that. This one would go like... yeah, but I wouldn't go as far because of the perspective. And then this one, we can actually do the nail immediately, going something like this, I suppose. Don't you usually have background music? I do, but YouTube keeps deciding to pause my shit. I don't know, I used to use these like 10-hour versions. Now I do a playlist, because I had some issues with, you know, copyright, that kind of shit. But nowadays then have an issue that when you are listening to a playlist, after a while YouTube just goes, are you sure you want to continue listening to this? And I'm like, yeah fam, that's why I put it on. I think this is gonna add to the like creepiness of it. The only thing now that's a little bit annoying is that it does feel like you would like to have a body, but like perspectives and shit like this is not really my strong suit. Like I have no idea how to make this look right. Not without a reference. Fucking anatomy is so difficult. It's hard. I don't know how much details I should do, because the details become a little bit weird in the 2-bit style. Maybe give a screenshot to ChatGPT and see what it does for inspo. That is a pretty decent idea, actually. Or what if, can we just do it in a very simple way, since it's... Like, we don't need that many details, since it is in this like 2-bit style. We can't really make too much details anyway. Like, I feel like just something very simple like this might even work. You know what could be cool as well? Maybe we do the nails red too. Does it just look like he has nail polish? Yeah, I feel like this kinda just looks like he's a fancy monster now. It didn't really do what I wanted it to do. Yeah, I know. No, we're not doing that. Slay. Like, almost just that actually works surprisingly well. Because there's so few details that your mind kinda has to fill in the details anyway. Maybe blood drips, yeah, that could actually work. Oh yeah, dude, just doing a little bit of the outline red is much better, because now it doesn't look like nail polish. Yeah, I quite like this. What the fuck? It's starting to get a bit creepy, isn't it? Maybe even a bit more on the teeth as well. Hands look kinda nice. Sweet. I definitely didn't cheat at all. Okay, I think we're gonna be cheeky and just merge all of this down. Work smart, not hard. I mean, I could almost be satisfied with this, to be honest. Because it kind of fits with the whole... Everything is not super detailed, and then all of a sudden you just see fucking this. But then, of course, this would also be with the stuff in the background, so it's not gonna look as, like, fully bland as it is right now. So I think what we do to test this is just to... We remove the test background. And then we do this. Boom. Oh, I do need to fix his line art though. The line art needs to be a bit cleaned up. Let's see, how do I fix this again? We do hard edge. Oh, there we go. That's the one. Okay, that's fine. But I'm not gonna dare playing my own game. I'm calling it now. Yeah. Okay, now we turn this off and we start filling this shit in, because it still needs to like block the background. Something like so. Sweet. Let's see how we would look in the actual scene. So it would look something like this. I feel like this is good enough. At least for now. Looks nice. The lamp. It might look a little bit like the lamp becomes a little bit of a small hat. Yeah. What we could do to mitigate that is literally just to get him up a little bit. Instead of having to change anything with the actual lamp. Maybe we'll cover the lights so the background is darker. Yeah, we could probably do it like that. To be fair, it's not, because that's not the light source anymore, since now we're actually going to use the torch, which I guess might look a little bit... It might look a little bit weird if you have the torch in front of the monster. So I think we might, when the jump scares happen, we might just basically turn off the torch. Where is it? Here. Because I think this is gonna look a little bit weird. Huh? Oh yeah, he's in the wrong... Oh yeah, we can do this to test though. Basically it would look like this. Which is a little bit weird. Maybe. Or maybe that could be cool, because that would make it so that all the light is on him. We can kinda test that out. Because that would explain why his face would still be bright. Because otherwise, if we turn the light off, then technically everything should be dark. We'll see how it looks when we actually put him into the game. But maybe we still make him a little bit bigger like that. Just in case we want to cover up more of the scene. I'm not gonna be able to play my own game. Sounds like a grand plan. Yeah, I think we have a pretty decent plan as of now. And then we do need to make like a small version of him as well. The one that actually looks through the window. And I think we should make him both in like profile as well as from the front, because it is a little bit weird to have it the way it works now in the game, where the enemy basically is just gliding past, constantly looking straight through into the room. It looks a little bit weird. It would be nice if we could make a profile of him as well. Actually, I'm just curious to see how this would turn out. What would happen if we shrink him down without any interpolation? Because then the game basically itself has to figure out where to put the pixels. This is gonna be really messy. But maybe it actually could be like a base we could use. We'll see. Was thinking about that before, but nice if he turns to look, gives more time to turn off the light. Yeah, and also makes more sense, because right now when he... like, it's a bit weird because technically he doesn't look before he stops, so that should be when we like turn the head. Because right now it's weird when you see the eyes looking into the room, but he still doesn't see you, unless he has fully stopped. It becomes a little bit weird. Yeah, that is basically what I expected. So that's not gonna be a solution, we have to actually draw him. It's just the algorithm for like scaling, I suppose. You know, it has to decide which color each pixel is gonna be when you shrink it down that much. It becomes very weird. Like, this kind of stuff is one of the like bad things about working with pixel art, you know? Which is... You can't do a lot of the stuff you normally do with art when you're working with pixel art. Same thing, like I can't bend the pixel. I can't make something actually be straight and diagonal. It has to become, you know, then it actually becomes pixelated. Now those kind of small things that you have to like work around. I don't know, small monster. Dude, I kinda need a reference to like see him. This is gonna be hard. Because like, obviously it's going to be... Let's see if we can make a general shape of the head first. Because it can still be somewhat big. That's too big though. That's what she said? Oh shit, what did I say? So it was too big. Hey mate, that's never what she said to me. Anyway, let's see here. How do we... I mean, it's gonna look so fucking cartoony, that's what I'm afraid of here. Because it's so much harder when we don't have the amount of pixels I would like to have here. I mean, maybe just something like this. I think it might be better leaning towards like too simple, because the more details I add, I almost feel like it just becomes... I mean, maybe something like that could work. I think it's fine if it looks cartoonish, more of a scare when you see the detailed one. As you got them saying, yeah, I mean, that is true. But I wonder if maybe, because here you could argue that the reason why you don't see like his mouth and stuff is because it's too dark. So maybe we could kind of do it this way and just like pretend that he is too dark, basically. Because even just this actually looks a bit creepy, doesn't it? And then if he spots you, you boom, get this one. I think I might just go with this, to be honest. And then we just need to have a profile version that we can flip as well. Which, what happens when it goes profile? Well, one obvious thing is that the body should become way thinner. Way thinner. Maybe even more so. And then one of his eyes would disappear. The eye would stay at the same height, but the head shape would change a little bit. And as far as I know, our heads actually go back a little bit further behind. This is my bad attempt at anatomy. Well, it does have a nose, so maybe we should do something like this instead. Not sure I like that. What did I do? No, absolutely not. Too much. Looks like vattenskalle. I don't know how to form it. Yeah, it is, and especially when you're playing with individual pixels, like moving just one pixel, like fully changes the shape. Let's see, pixel art, head profile. Even these are like massive. I just don't know my anatomy. That's the issue. I still feel like this should go in a bit more. Oh yeah, and then actually the chin is more forward, so that should be more like here. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Well, that is definitely the position of the eye. I'm basically just brute forcing this, trying to see what kind of works, and then we'll take it from there. This might do for now. Don't want to spend too much time on it. Let's see how it would look when you actually switch sides, like how similar are these in size. It's 1 pixel difference, that might be fine, because if it turns towards you, you could argue that the face gets a little bit closer, which would make the face get a little bit. And let's see, from the bottom we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe we put it there. No, he should be tall. 7. And then he like leans forward when he looks in. So that would make his head go down a little bit. 5, 6, 7. Give him a little bit of a neck. Earl Chadja, no thank you. I might just settle for this for now. Like I said, we can always go back and like fix this stuff later. Oh wait, did I move the jump scare? No. Okay, good. Oh, something that's nice to see just because I am a perfectionist. How wide is this? Is this even? 310, that is an even number, which means that he can be centered in the screen. Nice. Small monster, here we go. We don't actually need another one of these, since this one we can just flip when he turns around. Boom! We can probably make the NPC that we're gonna have in the beginning as well by just copying this one and making him less spooky. Maybe like giving him a bit less broad shoulders. Maybe lowering the shoulders a little bit as well. And of course taking away the dark red eyes. That looks a bit more friendly. So then he can be the one that like gives you tips and stuff. You get all the functions ready for its movements and stuff. Yeah, we don't have it fully work for like the sprites in the fact that like since the one we have now doesn't actually change sprite, but the movement is basically working. It can be fine-tuned, but it works as is. I think this is a good portion of the art done. Something that would be nice to add as well, and is really simple, is a little subtitle box. Maybe something like this size. Subtitle box. Oh, maybe it should be a little bit rounded, so we skip the corner one. Like so. There we go, now we have something to put subtitles on without like obscuring anything else in the scene. Dude, I'm feeling kinda good about this, not gonna lie. Where's my create? Did I call it something else? No, there we go. Let's put you over here instead. Yeah, this is definitely most of the important art done for the game. This is gonna be spooky. I can't help but start like thinking about the fact that I'm gonna have to actually play test this. Like after I incorporate like spooky sound effects and music and like this shit, you know, it's gonna be. You have any thoughts on music? Yeah, I have one of my mates, Bjarne, if you people recognize him from the chat, is doing the music and sound effects for this game. So he did send me a little bit of a like ambient soundtrack. So it's not gonna be actual like music, you know, but it would be like spooky ambience basically, which sounded really good. So it's gonna be nice when we start incorporating that stuff as well. What's up, Matthias Pyatt? How you doing, man? Welcome. Which software? For what part? For the music or the game development? The stuff I use is basically GIMP for the art and Unity for the game development, and Bjarne uses FL Studio to make music. Yeah, I think we can start trying to incorporate this in the game. I'm feeling good about this. Oh, that's right. Basically all the tools and the stuff that we can pick up. Fucking hell, it's almost everything. It's the crate I need to do. I'm just still procrastinating that because making a smashed crate look good in pixel art is not gonna be easy for someone like me. But overall, I feel very happy about this. Sweet. Okay, let's say just give me 1 second, people, and I will be right back. Okay, there we go. We are back. Did my music pause? Of course it fucking did. But I need to, so I did see that there was some extension you can use to make YouTube never auto pause, which does sound pretty nice. Yeah, I think it probably was a better decision to go with the like 2-bit style here, 1-bit style, whatever you want to refer to it as, because this, having to shade all of this, would have added a lot of work. Yeah, I actually think I'm quite happy about the fact that we decided to... I mean, basically that you guys decided to go with this art. Because it did seem that the majority did prefer this, and I think it was a good decision. So cheers to you guys for that. Which means that... Okay, we haven't made an implemented art. Let's say make art is almost finished. So what we need to do is to implement art into the game. And that is basically what I think we're gonna work on next. I always like actually implementing the art, because that's kind of like when I feel like it starts being the most fun working on the game, because you can actually see a little bit of the end, you know. So I think I am going to end it here for today, but then next time on Monday we will start implementing the art and starting to fix the actual programming of the game, and I think this is gonna be very good. But let's stay for a little bit, everyone, and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Like always, don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't. Join the Discord if you wanna join the community over there. Let's see, who do we have live? Yeah, so far I am definitely feeling good about this. I'm quite happy about the art style we got going. You know what, today let's go for someone else who's working on a game. We got Sendit Software developing games here, so let's go and throw him a little bit of a raid. So yeah, like always, thank you guys very much for watching. I will be back on Monday at 12 PM my time. If you want to see what that is in your time, you can just check below. It should update according to your time zone. Otherwise, like I said, if you want to make sure to catch me, just join the Discord and you'll see the notification there as well. So yeah, that will be it for today. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you on Monday. Peace.